Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game, Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends, Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic.
All right, so welcome to the first stream here. This is my first time streaming, so bear with us a little bit. I'm trying to learn and use OBS here, so I'm hoping it's gonna work out pretty well. I just want to start by introducing the game a little bit. This is a Swedish tabletop role-playing game called Trudvang Chronicles.
Haircut, man.
Hey, Pinhead, my haircut is awesome. What do you mean?
What's up, bud?
So I'm joined by my new-found friends here at on Discord in our new founded Trudvang channel, and some other older friends as well, I guess, like Pinhead here. But let me introduce a little bit here first. So Trudvang Chronicle is a TRPG set in the Norse, Celtic, Finnish, generally Northern European mythology and setting. So if you love Vikings, if you love like the old stories from Germany and from Scandinavia about deep forests and trolls and barbarians and this kind of magic, you're gonna like this. So there was a Kickstarter in 2016 to translate this game to English, and sadly I missed it because I was living in China at the time. But I found out about it when I came back here last summer, and I bought all the books you can see here on the screen. So we have 3 core books. We have the Player's Handbook, we have the Game Master's book, and we have the Bestiarity. Pretty normal. But we also have like a few official modules are out already, like the Wild Hearts, the big story about the massive forest in the southern Stormlands. So yeah, it's pretty good. So let me introduce my friends here, perhaps, huh?
No.
So no. So maybe we can begin with Alpakka. Alpakka, who are you? Alpakka, you're muted, by the way.
Yeah, no, I'm muted.
So
I just muted everyone because of
the sound.
Yeah, I'm just gonna check this. Just gonna help Nirnie right now, but he himself is muted. I cannot fix that from server.
Oh, it's okay. But
yeah,
let's start with you, Alpakka. Who are you, and how did you get to know about this game, and where are you from and stuff?
Well, I'm Kim, and my middle name is actually Alpakka, so they just call me Alpakka.
Is that your actual middle name?
It's actually my middle name. Nobody believes it anyway, so why can't I use it as a username?
Yeah, that's true.
I'm actually living in Norway, so it's pretty cold here, and I actually just joined it through a friend of mine to the Titan crew, and I met you, and you started to talk about Trudvang. I was interested.
Have you ever played any role-playing games before?
Yeah, I've been playing some D&D
Right.
Some here and there, but never been in a real D&D crew.
Right. Cool. So welcome. You're a newbie then. I think we have both newbies and some more experienced people here, huh? So nice, Alpakka. What about you, Bird Dog? Who are you? Where are you from? How did you get to know
My
about
name
this
is
game?
Brian. I'm from San Antonio, Texas, originally from the Finger Lakes area of New York. I've been playing role-playing games since, 10 years old. I've heard about Trudvang from Kickstarter. Backed it because I loved the artwork and hopefully get to play finally after backing the Kickstarter.
Right. Yeah, that's the whole point of this, right? I joined 2 groups on Facebook about Trudvang, and I realized it was kind of dying out a little bit. And even people talking about selling their books and stuff, and how they haven't played it since 2016 or wherever. So yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to start it. I mean, I'm not very experienced in this game either. I'm from Sweden, by the way. So I played original Trudvang in Swedish, which is quite different from this. The world and stuff is the same, but the rules and stuff.
Does it go by a different name?
We have the previous version, the version before Trudvang was called Drakar Demoner, and it means dragons and demons. And that's from the 80s, and kind of a copy of Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
Well, not a straight off copy, but they got heavily inspired by it anyway. And so I played that quite a bit in high school, and then I had a break for 10 or more years when I was studying and working and stuff, and real life came in the way, and then I moved to China, and I lived in China for 4 years working. And the last year I lived in Beijing, and I met a lot of really cool people there. And they were playing Pathfinder and D&D and stuff. And that's when I started getting into role-playing games again. And when I came back here, I wanted to continue, but I realized the gaming community is kind of not dying down, but it's difficult to get into here, especially for international people. So I want to do something about that. So yeah, that's nice, Bird Dog. Welcome, Brian. So what about you, Flynn? And welcome here, by the way. Where are you from?
Yeah, thank you very much. My name's Grace. I milk teeth on AD&D and 80. Played for years of that. Got introduced to D6 Star Wars, 697. In love with it. I played a couple other games like Shat and enjoyed them, but agree to disagree. The real world gaming community is absolutely dying online, and they're not. And finding a really good group is amazingly difficult, if not for time zones, just getting people to sit down at a table at the same time.
Right. Yeah, I agree.
I heard about this yesterday. Brian told me a little bit about it. I did a little reading, and since my bloodlines are Irish Vikings from Switzerland, I instantly it, and I had just come off a contact high from watching 13th Warrior the night before. Little did Brian realize he just threw gasoline on the fire.
Awesome, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. All right, welcome. Actually, I feel like I should probably get like a little notebook or something here and write stuff down as well. I guess I'm gonna call you by your nicknames here, and it makes it easier as well for the streamer, the people looking at the stream, since we don't have our real names on Discord here. You could change your nicknames if you want for now to your real names, but it doesn't matter. It's up to you guys. You can call me Rikishi as well if you want, or Patrick. That's my name, by the way, Patrick. Let's see here. Actually, I'm gonna check something. Didn't I? Okay. Oh, there we go. Now you can see my name as well. See, I'm such an expert at this. Nice, Flynn. What about you, Jim? Where are you from? How did you get to know about this game?
My name's Jim, and I go by Jim. I'm in Colorado Springs, Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
I spotted this on Kickstarter. I don't usually go to Kickstarter very often, but I spotted it towards the end of the campaign. So while I ordered it before it printed, I didn't get any of the good rewards for it because they were all taken.
That sucks.
But I've been gaming for 35 years on and off, never straight. Right now, it's been a few years since I've actually had a game.
All right.
Obviously, I started with like your standard Western European fantasy, but I've always been drawn to like alternative settings. So like Dark Sun for D&D, Earth Dawn for the FOSSA games, and anything that has a little bit of a twist or a little bit of a differentiation from your standard Tolkien-esque Western European fantasy. So when I saw this, I was really attracted to it. And plus, if you go back far enough in my family, you get to Norway and Denmark. So.
Nice. Awesome, Jim. Nice to have you. I mean, I guess there were a lot of people from Sweden and Norway and Finland and Scandinavia in general migrating to the States and Canada in the 1800s or 1900s or something. We were quite poor here in Sweden, at least at that point, and people just kind of ran away and wanted to find a new life. So there's a lot of people in the States with connections to Scandinavia, definitely. So that could be a nice thing, connecting with your past a little bit. What about you, Nirnie? You're muted, by the way, if you're trying to speak.
Yeah, well, I'm Nirnie, or you could call me Frans, Sweden. I'm 28 years old and I've been gaming for, since I was 13. And the first game I was playing was actually Drakar Demoner.
The one that came previous to Trudvang.
Yes. So 6 expert, I think it was, but it was the same world and the same religions and cultures and everything like that.
Right.
I got stuck.
Yeah,
I think
really.
I've been playing this ever since. So.
Awesome, nice. Another Swede. That's always nice. Yeah. So like we talked about, the previous version was called Drakar Demoner, Dragons and Demons, and I mean the most people, I think, that play role-playing games in Sweden right now still play this either 6th edition expert or the really old version, advanced version. It's kind of the same as Dungeons and Dragons. They had advanced and these kind of editions before. We had the same, and that's what most of my old friends play. And I think the problem in Sweden and maybe in Scandinavia with role-playing is that most people already have their very tight-knit role-playing game groups and friends that they play with. So at least for my players, my physical players here in Gothenburg, they are from all over the place as well, Canada and Ukraine and stuff. And they always talk about how difficult it is to find a group of people to play with here because people already have people to play with. So I wouldn't say it's dying down fully. I mean, it's getting a little bit less and less. And like you talked about in the chat here, board games are coming up instead, right? But it's not dying down, I think. And especially if you look on YouTube now, it's kind of got a renaissance with Critical Role and Matt Colville and these kind of amazing characters, Matt Mercer and these guys.
So there's a lot of people playing D&D in Sweden.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. And that's how I met my physical group here in Sweden now. We played D&D together. And then I just introduced them to this game and they got really excited. Especially our GM that was happy to be able to play for once, not only GM. So yeah. So what about you, Pinhead? Who are you, Pinhead?
Oh my God. Okay, hello guys, I'm Pinhead. I've been a drug addict for 25 years. I mean a MMORPG addict. So you all can say hello, Pinhead now. All jokes aside, my first MMORPG was actually a Swedish one called Entropia Universe. Anyone know it? No? No? Nobody? Okay, we'll stay away from it. So, yeah, well, I'm actually playing all the MMORPGs out there. Tried them all, been there, done that. So, I have no clue about this one, Trudvang.
And this is a tabletop RPG, you know that, right? It's not a
I have no
computer
clue
games.
what a tabletop RPG is, so I'll
Pen and
figure it
paper.
out.
That's awesome. Super newbie then. Pinhead is one of our of the members in Titan Gaming here, one of the leaders. So I forced him to join here now, so he has no idea what he's doing here, I guess.
Yeah. Thanks for announcing that. No problem. So it's actually a pen and paper stuff. Okay.
Yeah. It's a tabletop RPG. Means it's a pen and paper using dice like this. I have some beautiful dice. Can you see? Dice?
Oh, really? So we are actually going back to the Stone Age, huh?
Yeah, that's where all the creative stuff happens, you know.
Okay.
And that's kind of why I love this kind of games, the creativity and actually creating something together. The open-endedness of this kind of games. That's what I really love, I think.
Okay, well, I'll check it out. I'll follow it, and hopefully we can play around with each other, man.
Yeah, and at least you have a lot of questions then, you know, if you have never done this kind of stuff before.
Yep.
Maybe you can learn something. So that's awesome. What about you, Siggi?
Hi, I'm Siggi. I'm from New York in the US of A. I have been playing tabletop role-playing games since college, which was like 2011 or so. And I mostly play D&D. I'm actually part of another group that streams.
Nice.
I also I'm writing some adventures with Viking themes that I'm planning to publish, stuff like that. And I made the character sheet that most of us are going to be using today.
Right, that's right. Awesome work, by the way.
Yeah, finding bugs. Please find bugs.
I did manage to find quite a few the first time I checked it out, huh? So
Yeah.
I'm sure we can improve on that.
I had the sheet out on Reddit for a while, and I've only gotten one bug report in the whole time that it was out.
And I think that also comes down to the fact that people are not really playing this game too much outside of Sweden still, even though it's in English and pretty well received, I think.
Yeah,
So,
I've been trying to get my real life group to try it, and they're just like, we don't want to learn a new system.
Right. So maybe we can talk a little bit about the system then, and what makes this different from, for example, D&D, and what makes it good and what makes it bad. Anybody have any ideas?
So the system's, what was it, RuneQuest was what it was based off of?
Maybe.
It's a roll under system rather
Right.
than a roll over.
Exactly. That's the first thing people need to know, perhaps. In D&D, for example, when you roll a skill check or something, you're supposed to roll over a certain number with a d20. In this one, you roll under instead. And that also means that a 1 is a perfect roll, a critical roll, and then 20 is a fumble.
And the thing I really like about this system is that your chance to hit is based upon your own ability rather than the defense of the enemy.
Right. Right. There's
they can parry and stuff, but
exactly.
It's all based on your aptitude.
Exactly, and that's something I found quite weird when I started playing D&D, that you only have AC, right? Which is like this kind of passive thing. You don't need to do anything, and it kind of felt like you lost a lot of the action in the fighting. In Trudvang, it's rather, first off, you have your own skill value that you need to hit under to hit at all, and if you manage to hit, then the person that you're hitting can decide to actually parry and using their skill value then. But that's the same kind of combat points that we call them, that you use both for attacking and parrying. So if you put them all in parrying, you can't attack and vice versa. So that makes it quite engaging, I think. You have to really think about how you use your points each round, which is quite interesting. What about the rest of you? What kind of thoughts have you had about Trudvang? Why did it catch your interest in 2016 with the Kickstarter and stuff?
Well, I actually have a kind of funny story about the Kickstarter thing. I ordered it in June of 2016, and at that time they were giving a date of late August to release, but it kept getting pushed back and pushed back. And then a year went by and it still hadn't come out. And then I moved and I still hadn't gotten it. And finally I contacted them, was like, oh, we'll send you another one, okay? And well, that one arrived and was damaged like a lot of people had. So they sent me another one. And I was able to repair the damaged one. So I had two, and then the original one that was supposed to show up, showed up. So I got 3 sets for the price of one.
Well, I think Flynn is looking for a set, so.
Ah, perfect. You can sell off one of them then, if you want.
Yeah, I'd love to get the separate spellcasting books. Because I got the version that has been included in the player's handbook.
Yeah, same here. That's I guess that's the version they started printing later. This one, with all of them together. And it's quite thick. I kind of like having them together, but it can make it a little bit cumbersome when you want to check some stuff out. Like if you're people physically together playing and one of them wants to check out the magic system and one of them wants to check out the skills, then you can't really give them each a book, right?
It's a hefty volume.
Yeah.
Unless you have 3 books.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly, that's the thing. So you have three copies of the book now, Jim. Then did you sell one of them, or what happened with them?
They're sitting there together on my bookshelf, just waiting for a gaming group to come along.
All right. I mean, it is useful to have a backup copy or two then. Maybe you can sell one to Flynn if you want. Like he said, he was looking for one, right? Is it difficult to find in the States? You would say?
I have yet to find in the States. I ordered it from the website.
Like, is it difficult to get the physical ones? I mean, the PDFs are easy enough. You can go to drivethrurpg.com and buy them there. And they even have a sale on them, at least they had recently, where you can get all 3 core books for $55.
Yeah, I used to think a lot of people have it in their brick and mortar store.
Yeah. All right, that's cool. That's nice. So yeah, I guess you guys can talk about that later if you want. But yeah, the problem I think for me now is that I want to have more information about the game. The core books are quite hefty already, but they don't really have a lot of details about stuff. If you noticed, like the different races and stuff.
Yeah, they did a Kickstarter for their Stormlands book, which I missed.
Right. Yeah, I missed that one too. So Stormlands is one of the countries in this universe. Actually, I do have the maps. I can show them up here. So let's do that. I'm just gonna
note there about the Stormland book. If you actually want the Swedish PDF for the Stormland book, if it helps your DM, I think I got the PDF.
That would be awesome. I have the Midland book right now in real print from when I played the Swedish version, but because I want to have this game that we're playing now, I'm gonna have it start in the Stormlands, so it would be nice to have them actually.
I think I got all the PDFs on the books, and I can check it out.
All right, cool. I've also been trying to get into the owners of this game. The creators are called Riotminds, and they had an online service before. I've been trying to get into that, but I think they closed it down, or at least closed down new registrations. So I haven't been able to get into that. Those,
yeah, they have a lot of traffic, so they just discontinued it, I guess.
Yeah, they are kind of. It's too bad, actually. I mean, they're not really on the ball right now. I feel like when I was checking out the websites and forums and stuff, most of this was kind of in disrepair, and that's kind of also in this kind of
down all the free stuff that you could get from the old forum.
Yeah. I guess that's the thing now when they want to go
pay service, so
they want to go international now, right? And they want to earn some money on it, which is totally fine. But it makes it difficult for us DMs to actually create, get all the information and stuff. So yeah, I'm happy to get any information you guys have, and I also found a lot of information, and I talked with a lot of other GMs and some of my old friends and stuff, and they gave me some information. So if you have any questions or anything about the world, this kind of thing, you're welcome to ask, of course. So I have a picture of the world here on the stream now. So let's introduce the world a little bit. So we have, of course, the normal races like the humans and the elves, the dwarves, and then we have a lot of monsters like trolls and stuff like that. We don't have any orcs in this game. Instead, we have the trolls. I would say the trolls are the orcs in this game. And we don't have halflings and this kind of thing either. The thing is with this game that it's quite open-ended, so you can add and remove stuff that you want to have there or don't want to have there, I think, quite easily. So if you want to have halflings in there or dragonborn or something, you could probably fit it in. But
You used to have halflings in it.
yeah,
before.
the old versions had. I think they wanted to get it
They
simpler.
also have duck people.
Right, yeah, that was one of the favorite classes in the Advanced Dungeons and Drakar Demoner, Dragons and Demons Swedish version. The duck people look like Donald Duck, pretty much. So that was fun. Maybe they had some problems with copyright or something. Maybe that's why they couldn't add those. I'm not really sure, but I think in
They
general...
bought the older versions, so...
Yeah. I think in general they wanted to make it simpler in this version of the game for the international community. And they removed a lot of stuff. And actually, even though it's a very heavy system, I would say, right now, this is like much simpler than the Swedish version. I can tell you that. So, yeah, it's still quite heavy. So anyway, the humans have 4 different cultures. We have the Westmark, the Midland, and the Stormlands on the west side, middle, and the east. Westmark, I would say, are kind of like medieval German knights and this kind of thing. What do you say?
Early German.
Or what? Yeah, what would you guys say about Westmark and the West?
About early German people.
Yeah, like they're a little bit more civilized. They have like a more feudal
Maybe
system.
Normandy.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, something like
See them
that.
as Normans.
And
Yeah, 'cause they have the whole religion that's kind of based off of Christianity and saint worship and stuff like that.
Right, yeah, they believe in the one true God, the only God called Gave in this area, and they have massive stone cities and a lot of trading, a lot of big farms, and it's quite rich. So yeah, it's a little bit like Germany or maybe like England or this kind of old medieval.
I always looked at them like Christian Vikings in heavy armor.
Oh yeah, that could also work. Yeah, something like that. There's no specific. It doesn't come from anything specific. I guess it's kind of like a mix and match. But
They're cool in a way, so...
yeah, they're really cool. If you want to play something more, a little bit more modern, maybe a little bit more like D&D, like a knight or something, a holy warrior, this would be a good place to start, I think. Yeah. And they're very much into their one god, Gave, and they like to go on missionaries and stuff and spread the word about God and stuff in the other countries. So Westmark is made up of a lot of smaller countries as well. And yeah, it's kind of like a feudal system there. And then we have Midland. Midland is in the middle with a lot of mixes and matches between different cultures. They have both the one true god of Gave on the west side of Midland, and then they have their old Aeld traditions, which is like a hero and saint worship, I would say. And then they have a little bit of the Stormlands worship as well, with the god of Stormy. So what would you say about Midland people? What kind of people are they? Anybody have any idea what they think about it?
If you've seen Lord of the Rings, so the Rohan people, they are hero worshippers and spirits and ancestry.
Are the Midlanders, at least half of them, supposed to be like the Celtic people?
That's what I'm thinking a little bit.
Yeah.
that's kind of what I'm thinking too. That's what I feel like when I'm thinking about the Midland people, like Celtic people. They have massive plains and they love their horses and stuff. I don't think they are nomadic people per se, but they are always moving around on the horses, and it's kind of like steppe people, but not in a deserty Middle Eastern way, but more like a Celtic warrior. They're a little bit shorter than the Stormlanders, but taller than the Westmark people. They really worship fighting and heroes, and they think that this is kind of like the ultimate thing you can do is being a hero. And they have a lot of...
I was speaking about that a Midland hero should not only be able to fight, he would be able to sing about his deeds.
Yeah, like Galding and stuff like that. Sading is very popular there, like bards and stuff. And that's kind of how they keep track of their history as well, I guess, through the songs and the stories. Because most people in this world doesn't know how to read and write, which is I think that also makes it quite interesting. In D&D, you kind of take for granted that everybody can read and write and swim and this kind of thing. But in this world, you can't even swim if you don't take a skill point in that, or you can't even read and write. It makes it a little bit interesting, I think. Okay, so let's see here. I have the book in front of me here as well. Actually, if you want, we can take a look at. I have the books on the stream here as well. We can take a look at that. I have the. Let's see here. This is the player's manual. And awesome art. This is a Midlander on a horse fighting some trolls on the front page. And we can scroll down.
I don't think I'm where you guys are.
Oh, don't worry, the stream is a little bit behind. So you guys have to take a look in your own books, I guess. Or just wait for the stream to catch up a little bit. Let's see.
Or PDFs.
Yeah, or PDFs. You can take a look in the PDFs, and these are the PDFs that I bought myself.
I'm trying to get visuals into the Discord chat as much as possible.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. That's helpful. I can't really put any time into doing that myself, so.
The map's up there right now.
So here are some pictures of the humans. Blonde people. I think the blonde people are the people mostly living at in Midland. They're more blonde.
I think it was Edgeland in the Stormlands. Where the
also that. Yeah, Midland and the Aidland in Stormlands are where the blonde people live. The Stormland people otherwise have a more dark complexion, like brown hair and stuff like that. Yeah. So here we can see. So yeah, the Midlanders. These are the descendants of the Thronelanders, which were the first humans in this world, and they were deeply connected with the first elves as well, and they had a lot of powerful magicians and stuff like that, a lot of magic, and they believe that they settled in the Midland in the end. And they can be found all over the world, but the Midland people consider themselves kind of a straight line from the Thronelanders. Right, so courage and is a high virtue. They value courage, and not as tall as strong as the Stormlanders, but they are still respected for their stamina and endurance. So that's pretty interesting. And then on the east side, we have the Stormlands. Let's see if I can get the map back here. Yeah, so the Stormlands then, those are the Vikings, I would say, right? Would you agree?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So the Stormlanders. Yeah.
Their religion doesn't have like the berserker stuff that the Midlanders do.
Do they have the berserker stuff in Midland?
Yeah, the Yield tradition has the berserker spell line
That's true. Actually, we have another book in Swedish called the Adventurer's Book. There was like an addition to the Player's Handbook where they added like rage and berserking and stuff, and then they added that to the Stormlanders as well. So we can kind of play it how we want to, but yeah, you might be right about that in the base books at least. Midlanders are more about berserking, but I kind of see the Stormlanders as the heavy-set, like tall, powerful barbarians, kind of.
Yeah, and they got like all the fjords and stuff. It's very much.
Yeah, like Vikings Norway, kind of. This kind of thing. And they are descendants from.
Huge wilderness,
Right.
untamed forests.
Right, a little bit uncivilized. And they're kind of descendants from the Wildfolk in the north. These wild, uncivilized people living in the massive forests in the north, like the dark woods and the Northland. Yeah. So, yeah, they have a lot in common with them. Not as civilized, but more civilized than the Wildfolk, of course. They do have some big cities, especially along the coast, where they trade with the elves and other countries. But they're, I mean, compared to Vestmark and the Verans over there, they're like, yeah, barbarians pretty much. And that's actually where we're going to start our game when we finally start to play. We're going to actually be in Aidland, in the southeast part of Stormlands. That's where all the blonde people come from, like we talked about before. And a lot of the modules coming from Riotminds themselves, the official modules, are set in that area of the world. So I kind of just decided to go there just to make it easier for me, because this is actually my first proper DMing ever. I played a little bit. I've been a DM before, like in high school, but yeah, that's a long time ago. So yeah, I just make it easier for myself, and there's a lot of finished made products to use and stuff. So yeah, that's where we're gonna start. And actually, I can show you Aidland. I have a map of Aidland here as well. We can take a look at. Might be a little bit interesting. Here we go. And I have a little bit of text. I actually I translated this from the Swedish Stormlands book. This text here. So if you want to read a little bit more about them, you can. I will remove my logo so it's not in the way. Here we go. So Aidland, just like the rest of the Stormlands, is a place where people are living a harsh life with a deep belief in their god Stormy. Stormy is kind of like Odin and Thor combined, I guess. What would you say about the gods in Stormlands?
Bad at religion, so I've not read on it.
Yeah, it's kind of Stormy is kind of like the god of thunder, so it's kind of like Thor, but he has like two crows, just like Odin, I think, and so on, right? So it's like a mix between everything there. So the Stormlanders all live in a kind of clan society, right? So every clan is made up of a few families that are connected with both blood and marriage. And most people think about war and strife when they think about the Stormlands. There's a lot of clan feuds and infighting and stuff like that. So most of the countries in the Stormlands and also Aidland doesn't really have a king or a ruler. It's usually ruled by a few different called shield jarls that rule like in a kind of democratic way. They have this kind of thing, like an all thing or a kind of assembly that they meet a few times a year, and all the most powerful jarls come together and they decide on all the things that have to do with the country and who's going to have what power and this kind of thing. Of course, with a lot of lobbying and a lot of people using their power to force other people to agree with them and stuff. So it's not really working democracy, but it's kind of similar to what we had here in Scandinavia in the old times as well, with the things. So a clan in this country is usually ruled by the most powerful family in the clan. and someone called a clan chieftain. And then there's 10 most powerful clan chieftains in the country will become shield jarls then. And those are the people that decide in the things what's going to happen with the country and stuff. And then the 3 most powerful shield jarls are the leaders of the country right now. There's 1 shield jarl in the southern city of Saga, and he's called Wolfgat. Okay, so Wolfgat is the most powerful one, I would say, in this country. He rules the east part of Aidland, from Saga in the south to Pather in the north and the eastern part. The second most powerful one is called Jorin Entlof, and he rules from his northern fortress of Trollmark Castle in the northwest, at the edge of the massive forest Wildheart, which is one of the campaigns from Riotminds, actually. And he rules the eastern part of the country from Trollmark down to Rim Coast village. And there's a lot of fighting between the clans of Jorin and Wolfgat, of course, and there's a lot of civil war there. And the third one is not as powerful at all, but he lives on the islands in the east, and his main city is Klipp, on one of the islands there in the east part. And so he's kind of keeping to himself, still very powerful, but he doesn't really have anything to say if you compare with other guys. Huh? So this is where we're gonna play our game later. Any questions?
So far.
Have you ever heard of this place before?
Yeah, just to interject real quick. I know it's. I've been posting a lot of stuff into the Discord chat. Not to pull away from Trudvang Chronicles itself, because I want to play the system, but someone has done a good write-up on the Obsidian portal of all of this information for 5e, and I put the link into the chat. It's right underneath the picture of the map that I put in. But I'll get it and I'll pop it into the Twitch stream just for information purposes only. It's got some really good information on a lot of what we're talking about.
Yeah, perfect, man. Just add anything. I mean, because we can use stuff from any kind of system, right? That fits with
I think this is directly translated from Drakar Demoner, so
okay,
I pronounce that properly.
Oh, that's fine, man. Don't worry about it. Pretty good, actually. Yeah, cool. Do that. Put it in the Twitch stream chat, and maybe we can put a link to it if it's something we can use in the future or something that people can have use of. Could put a link on the Twitch channel, or also here in the Discord. We can also do that. And by the way, people are welcome to join the Discord. We have a link to that underneath the video here, and just click on join and tell us who you are and how you found out about this, and yeah. That would be awesome. Oh, and also welcome Elendilgbb. How do you say that?
Elendil. It's the Tolkien character, and then my initials, GBB.
All right. So, welcome.
Thank you.
So, who are you, and how do you know about this game?
I don't know exactly what you want to know about me, but I know.
I want to know everything.
I live in Central Texas, and I bought the game pretty much for the artwork was what started me, because I found it had some very evocative artwork. I absolutely know nothing about the game, never heard of it before, and was curious to try it.
Awesome. Yeah, that's quite common. I think the artwork is awesome. So, and one of the artists called Paul Bonner, a Swedish guy. He made a lot of artwork for Trudvang, for the Swedish versions as well, and he's really awesome. If you look on Google, you can see his artwork. He also has a book that I think they made a Kickstarter for that too, right? Like the Art of Trudvang or something, where it has all of his pictures and sketches and stuff. Maybe somebody can post a link to him in the chat or something on Twitch, or find some information about him. Paul Bonner. There's also another one. I don't remember his name right now. That does like most of the pictures I think are from Paul Bonner, but the rest is from this other guy, also very talented.
Alvaro Tapia, I think his name was.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, both of them are really awesome. And that's something that really puts you into the setting when you check out their art. I must say, and that's kind of what attract a lot of people. But of course, the art by itself is not enough. We need to have a good system as well, and fun world playing and interesting characters and this kind of thing. So that's kind of what I'm hoping to introduce to you guys now, so we can start playing this a little bit more. And I'm happy that we got so many people from the States. By the way, I set this up to be a European time zone kind of thing. Of course, I invited everybody, but I wasn't expecting that many people from that side of the world. So that's nice.
I'm noticing the character sheet is view only. Can we get an editable version of that?
You need to make a copy to your own drive. Okay. I'm not going to give you edit access to the original.
That makes sense. I actually have it, so I can show it on the stream as well, so people know what we're talking about here.
Here we go.
I made it very advanced here, So this is the character sheet.
The directions to make a copy, they're right on the welcome page. Where it says go to file, make a copy. It's like the folder in your Google Drive. In fact, I will bold them. And increase the font size because it's important.
Yeah, some people miss that, huh? Even though you put it in caps. It's right here. I'm actually showing it in the stream right now. So yeah, you see it right here, huh? Make a copy. I will not give you permission to edit the original, which makes total sense. Even explaining how to do it here, so that should be easy enough. But this is awesome, Siggi. I really love this. Makes it so much easier. And we have the different tabs down here. So we start here with the character traits, and you also added the background and player name and stuff from my suggestions. So that's perfect.
Love it.
Yeah, very nice. And then we have the skills. You could probably put some of the skills on the right side here, beside the wilderness, to make it a little bit easier to see them, because now they're kind of far down here. I don't know if that makes sense. And spells and stuff will come up here automatically, so that's also really awesome. Oh, did you have the equipment before? Oh, you had the equipment before, right?
Yes.
So have you thought about making it so the equipment and stuff will influence the initiative and stuff automatically?
I don't know if I've done that yet, but I may in the future. Depends on how interested people are in using the sheet.
I think everybody should use it. Because you don't need to know anything about the rules to be able to use it, pretty much, because it will tell you when something is available. For example, in these skills, we have the base skill and the disciplines and the specialities underneath the discipline, right? So you need to have like a 4 in the base skill to open up the disciplines. So when you put a 4 in here, the discipline ones will be green, and you can put something in there. And we put something in there, and you can put something in the specialities. So I think that's very intuitive. It's really smart. Good work.
I'm having a hard time with it, but...
Oh, you had a hard time with a sheet to copy it?
Yeah, copying it over, yeah.
Do you have a Google Drive yourself?
Yeah, I guess I should do it in Google Drive and not Excel, so...
Yeah, because it doesn't work to download it as Excel, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
The sheet does rely on some stuff that is, I think, Google Sheets only, like conditional formatting and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Scroll back up.
Yeah, but it's really awesome. We can take a look a little bit more at it later when we start making the characters here. I think we're pretty much done with introducing the world and stuff. Let's just go back to the map here for now. Let's see here. Can do this. So, what were we talking about? Aidland, right? So yeah, like I said, there's clan societies and stuff here, and the shield girls are the most powerful in the country, and the 3 most powerful shield girls make up the ruling council pretty much here. Of course, this is not something that really affects you guys when you start the game, because you're gonna be beginners, you're gonna be apprentices, and very young, around 20, I would say, and you're gonna start.
How about dwarves?
Huh?
How old get our dwarves?
We can take a look at that. We have it in the player's manual. If you look, let's see here. I think it's after the archetypes. You can see how old people. Yeah, here we can see on page 39 in the PDF. So the dwarves. So yeah, dwarves. You're gonna be around 20 as well. You're gonna be young. For humans, 20 is already mature, but I feel like 20 is still quite young, right? And being mature or something like that, I don't think it really influences your skills or anything like that.
Well, when you die at 40 from being overworked, 20 is middle age.
That's right. Yeah. This is of course based on history, right? So.
Yeah, I think mature just means you're an adult, and young is you're like a teenager.
Oh yeah, exactly. So we're gonna be a young.
I don't want to work.
Well, I guess it depends on what kind of character you make, right? The story is gonna begin on a farm in Aidland, one of the smaller farms that's connected with the. Okay, so the farm, the family that owns the farm is part of the clan called Bite, the House of Bite, and then the House of Bite supports in their turn the House of Laudbrot, which in their turn supports the Jarl in Saga, Wolfgat, the most powerful Jarl. So that's kind of how far removed you are from the actual politics of this world, you know?
Sweet.
Yeah. So you're going to start on a farm. You're going to be farm hands on this farm. You've been helping out with the harvest or something similar, depending on what kind of character you make. For example, if you make something that doesn't do any physical work, like maybe you have a lot of knowledge skills, maybe you help the farm owner to write some stuff or something, because maybe he can't on now to write, you know, and read. So we can figure that out later. But anyway, yeah, you're gonna start on a farm. So that's kind of something you can keep in mind when you think about what kind of character you want to do. And this is in Stormlands, so of course it would be easier if your characters were actually from the Stormlands. But I won't make you choose a Stormlandish character at all. It's all up to you guys. But you have to figure out how come my character is in here. If they are from Vestmark, for example, how come they are all the way on the other side of the world? Like, how did they end up here? In the physical group that I play with right now, they're on the second session of the actual adventure, and they have characters from all over the world. They have they have elves and dwarves and everything, and they just came up with really interesting reasons for them to be there. So I'm looking forward to that as well with us. So what else can we say about the world? Well, these are the humans, right? We talked about now. We have the elves that live down in the southern archipelago and the big island of Soy. and the elves have there are two types of elves. I can never pronounce the
They're
one.
very Finnish names.
Yeah, Finnish names.
Ilmalani.
How do you say? Illuminati?
It's pronounced Ilmalani.
Yeah, you gotta pronounce every letter. 'Cause
Right,
it's
yeah.
Finnish.
Ilmalani. Oh.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I feel better because I was looking at all this and going, I can't pronounce it.
Well, welcome to the club. I'm freaking from Scandinavia and I still can't pronounce it. Here we have it anyway. Ilmalani. Ilmalani? Ilmalani?
That's what I want.
So Ilmalani are kind of the high elves, the light elves of the world, a little bit more civilized, and so the story goes that the elves and the gods of the elves came to this world, and they together created the world and the people and everything in it with the help of the mystical mistur magic, like mist magic, kind of like, and the mistur elves they were called. But then there was a massive war against dragons, which the elves won. But during this war, the dragons left, or the gods left the elves to fend for themselves. And even though the elves succeeded in the war and won, they were really, fucked up after that. And yeah.
The dwarves, they hate the elves because the elves like abandoned them during the war or something.
Yeah, the elves hate.
During the Dragon Wars.
And that's the thing with the Korpikali, the other type of elves, the dark elves. They're more, they're kind of like the Wildfolk of the humans. They don't believe in the gods anymore. They don't want anything to do with the gods. They kind of renounce the gods after they left them to die, pretty much, as they see it. And the Ilmanani and the Korpikali are not very happy with each other, because the Ilmanani still believe in their gods and hope that they will come back at one point. And they believe themselves a little bit better than the Korpikali. And the picture here in the book is a Korpikali, I would say. And the picture on top here is an Ilmanani. Ilmalaini. Okay. Anyway.
It's okay. No one likes elves. Crazy up here.
Yeah, high elf and forest elf.
Exactly. Yeah, high elf, forest elf, or maybe combination of forest elf and like dark elf in D&D. You could say, but they don't have to be evil per se, but they're a little bit less civilized.
Wild.
It's like in Lord of the Rings, where you have the elves of like the Rivendell area, and then you have the elves of Mirkwood.
Right. So yeah, they're also quite interesting, and actually, I would say the Ilmalani, most of them live in Soy, in the southern archipelago, but the Korpikali can kind of live anywhere because they live in the forests. So, for example, in Aidland, there are gonna be some Korpikali elves living in the copper woods in the southern part, for example. Of course, most people don't know about this. This is just a rumor that there's some elves living there. But if you want to make an elf and you want to make a Korpikali, you could start over there if you want, and they come from the woods. So just a thought for the future creation of characters. Okay.
I've dug a little bit into the character creation, as you know, because we've been chatting about it the past couple of days. So I have a little experience, so I can help out a little bit.
That's perfect. I've been doing it a few times now with my friends here, but
Nice.
we need all the help we can get, and also it's interesting to talk about it, I think. Let's see here. So that's the elves, and then we of course have the dwarves. I really like the dwarves in this game. They look pretty awesome. Like cannonballs of muscles, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe not the Buraksha, but It's like a skinny little grandpa.
Maybe I could be as well, but they need to be quite powerful, I think, to like work down in the mines and stuff. And it kind of reminds me of the not Santa Claus, but like the tomte in the Scandinavian culture. A tomte is like the Swedish version of Santa, but it's like a small gnome. Okay, yeah, gnome in English, I guess. We call them tomte.
Like
that means Santa in Swedish.
Almost look at it like a tomte is like a mix up of goblin and gnomes.
Yeah. Or like somebody
You
said
got
in the
mischief of then you got wisdom of the gnomes.
right. So I mean, if you look at some of these, they look kind of like gnomes, right, or garden gnomes, or like a fucked up garden gnome, I guess. And then some of the like the main picture here kind of looks like a traditional dwarf, more like. But I kind of reckon them being. There's like two types of dwarves as well. We have the Borjornikka and the Brutja. The Borjornikka are the most common of the dwarves, and they live closer to the surface, and they have a lot of contact and trade a lot with humans and elves and stuff. And of course, and they usually have entrances to their massive underground kingdoms in most countries in the world. For example, in Eidland, in the northwest, there is a big mountain chain called the Trolljaeger Mountains. You can see it here on the Trudvang map. A little bit better, maybe. There's a massive Trolljaeger mountain chain, and of course they have entrances to their kingdom everywhere there, and they usually have to talk with the local human leaders of the country to make sure that it's okay that they build an entrance to the country there and the kingdom there, this kind of thing. So they have a lot of connections and a lot of contact with the humans, especially. And the Buratja, they are quite rare, and they live much deeper into the mountains. And most of them have never been outside of the mountains. So if you want to play a Buratja, you're going to have an interesting story why you were even up here, and why are you working on a farm, in a human farm.
And there's also the Zvorda, which are like female dwarves, and they live like completely secluded from even the male dwarves.
Right. And I guess the unique things with the dwarves in this game compared to the other races is that they have some dark vision, or like low light vision, right? They can see up to 10 meters with weak light sources, as if it were day. And this is something quite unique to the dwarves, because in this game there's not really a big difference between the different races, I would say. Like as even between the humans, there doesn't really matter what race you choose. It's more an RP kind of decision. So I think that's cool. I think that's nice. That doesn't really matter what you choose, what kind of race you are. It just gives you a sense of your character more than some bonuses.
Yeah, I like the fact that all the races have their own broken down cultures, and then even like the half breeds.
Right. Yeah, that's something we haven't mentioned, right? There's also half elves and half dwarves. But it's a little bit different in this game because those are usually combined with trolls instead of humans. So a half troll is a human troll, a combination, hybrid, I guess. And half elves are humans and elves mating, and then dwarf trolls are dwarves and trolls, because the dwarves often live side by side with the trolls that lives in the mountains. So that's how that happens. And half trolls, like human trolls, are usually a little bit more sinister reason for. And the half elves can be all kinds of reasons, honestly. But those also have some interesting. I mean, that's also a cosmetic choice, I would say. It doesn't really matter. It matters more of how people in the world react to your character and how you handle yourself and how you play your character more than stats.
Oh, I just realized I said Zorda were the female trolls. No, they're the dwarf trolls. The Norgavena are the female dwarves.
Right. You're right about that. So yeah, so female dwarves are quite uncommon. They also have all their own languages, which will make a big. I mean, it's also quite important that you can speak the language, right? Like in D&D, everybody can speak common, so that makes it very easy. But in this game, people actually have their own languages and it's not very common for them to speak other languages. When I start our campaign, I will let everybody get 1 level of Vrok, which is the language they speak in the Stormlands, because you've been spending some time in the Stormlands already and learned enough of the language to communicate with each other. So that's something to keep in mind.
I'm a dwarf, or
if you're any kind of people, I will give you Rogue.
Sweet.
For free. Just 1 level, so you can speak with each other. And I mean, the only time you need to do anything with this skill is when you want to hold like a speech or something, like talk with some in a more complicated manner. If you just want to talk with somebody, you don't really need to roll any die for that.
Talk to a Jarl or bargain down a price of something.
Right. Let's see here.
I think there's also like cases of like understanding different dialects of it and stuff like that.
Yeah. Of course, yeah, exactly.
Not to mention all the professional lingo from being a bard or a Dimwalker versus a Vitner weaver or a warrior.
Yeah, now we're coming into the archetypes here. One more thing about the races: the only difference is how many body points and movement you get from being the different races. Body points is what this game uses instead of HP. This is like the health. So a human will get 32 as a base health, while the elves will only get 30. But compare them with the humans, the elves will be able to move 12 meters. So we're using meters in this game, by the way, instead of feet. Quick conversion. 5 feet is 1.5 meter, I think.
Times 3.
Yeah,
times 3. Yeah.
Exactly.
Just times 3.
Exactly. So the elves can move a little bit further than the humans per combat round. The dwarves they have less body points and move less, but they have the dark vision. So that's kind of how they make it, and all the different half elves and changelings and this kind of thing, they all have the different, yeah. So that's kind of the only difference, right? It's not like in D&D where you get different bonuses to traits and stuff. So that can be something to think about. So let's take a look at the archetypes maybe next. I think the archetypes are quite interesting. So just like the races, the archetype themselves doesn't really matter much. This is just kind of like your core package that you build out of. But if you could, for example, choose to be a warrior as a core, and then you can still add some Vitner skills and Vitner weaving, like magic and this kind of thing to it if you want. So that's all up to you. It's just like something to start out from. So we have the bard, and the bard have the core skills of knowledge and entertainment. And this just means that you get some extra creation points to add to these skills when we make the character. Because in this game, we don't roll our stats and this kind of thing and our skills. Instead, we get some points. So it's a point-wise system. So you get like...
Question about that.
Yeah?
When choosing an archetype, I know it doesn't matter much, but the closest thing to a man of knowledge, if you don't want to be a Vitner weaver or a priest or something, would that be bard? Because I think that they took away the old guy for knowledge.
Yeah. In the old version in the Swedish game, there was actually an archetype called knowledgeable man in Swedish.
Yeah.
A man of knowledge. And yeah, I mean, all of the archetypes will get knowledge as a core skill. So it doesn't really matter that way. Maybe Bard or maybe Dweller would be better, I would say.
I have to check that out because
Yeah.
I think that I'm going to be a dwarf bard or a dwarf dweller that's up on the earth to get more knowledge about the human people.
And maybe get some inspiration for their stories and music. Right?
Definitely. And
Yeah.
he's going to have minus in charisma because he thinks that he's the best speaker and the best singer in the world, but he's actually not that great.
That sounds awesome, man. That's perfect. And that's the kind of thing we want to get out from this game. Like this kind of inspirational moments where we see some picture we like or some text we like about the bards or whatever, and then we kind of build our character from that. And they have like a little flavor text for each kind of race for the specific archetype. For example, the dwarven bards. So for the dwarfs, drums and tall horns are always been associated with tradition and stories. Their way of entertaining is seldom done through words, but through drum beats and horn blasts. For the same reason, it is common for dwarves bards to first learn playing both the small drum and the large one, along with the mountain horn, and so on, right? So you can kind of get an idea of what makes a bard in this country or this culture, and especially in the human cultures, bards are quite interesting, I think. But a dwarf bard would be awesome, and especially if he's kind of full of himself, right, and think more of himself than he might. Maybe he shouldn't think so much about himself, right?
Question.
Yeah.
A question about you were saying that you kind of have to have an interesting story why the dwarves would leave their mountains. Could it possibly be within the clans of these dwarves passage that as a bard you have to go out and live your stories? One particular thing. Maybe every clan has 5 or 6 areas of knowledge, and when your master retires, you really got to learn all the stuff he knows personally. Could that be like a rite of passage for a bard to go out, gather his knowledge, and then come back?
I love that.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
That way,
yeah.
I'm just looking for an excuse, that's all.
Yeah, that's how it works, right? You need to look for an excuse, and then you find your story. Is this something you read about the dwarves in the books, or is this something you made up by yourself right now?
Just now.
Okay, cool.
Well, when I read entertainment and knowledge, and you were talking about the man of knowledge, and did you say Swedish? That was the translation.
Mm-hmm.
Called them a librarian.
Right.
But the librarian was one of the smartest people in the entire kingdom. So, all about going out and doing it. You got to live life.
And that's kind of what I
the reason they would
wanted.
leave.
Because that was kind of what I wanted with the character. That he's going to go out there because he thinks that to get knowledge, he had to live through it all.
Yeah, it does sound like something that would fit with the dwarves, right?
Okay, yeah.
Go ahead. What do you say?
No, and then as a bard, would you specialize in one particular area? Clearly, you want knowledge of the whole world, too, because your people are so sequestered or they're so hidden away. So that's fresh new knowledge about what's going on. So polarize in one area with like maybe the elves or maybe the humans or maybe, I don't know what as a dwarf, as a bard, you would specifically look for to polarize or point your knowledge toward. Or maybe it's just all-encompassing in all areas. I don't know. I'm just curious for that particular... When I see knowledge, I'm kind of curious how that would work.
Yeah, definitely. I mean...
doesn't matter.
I mean, anything is fine. I mean, whatever fits you and your play style and what you want to do. And like I said, it does sound like something that could fit with the dwarves and the society of the dwarves. Maybe you're even one of these dark dwarves, like deep dwarves from down under that never goes up usually. But maybe you got this idea that you wanted to learn more about the world, and you're very naive, and maybe you get into some strange situations because of that. It could be very interesting, I think. Yeah.
That was it. That was all I had.
Yeah, perfect. Awesome. This is the kind of thing I want with this stream as well, right? To get to talk about this and start to think about this and help each other as well. That's awesome. And this way we can build up the world a little bit together. Of course, we do have a framework in the game, and also what I'm myself thinking that I want to have in as a framework. I'm kind of thinking that dwarves, like if you've been following Matt Colville, the GM in D&D on YouTube and Twitch, he kind of sees his dwarves in his game as small Klingons, which I think is quite interesting. Yeah, I love Matt Colville as well, Whacking Goth. But maybe they won't be so aggressive, but a little bit like that. I think that kind of fits with the dwarves.
And that brings in a parallel to Z Bradshaw's, or he does the animated spellbook. He talked about score in 5e, the honor score, and how it could be applied to dwarves.
So I'm totally open to discussing this more and maybe figure out some kind of system to put into the game, because I would love to have this kind of thing. It's just myself right now, I've been focusing more on the Stormlands and the humans. I bought this book when I came back to Sweden in July, or maybe a little bit later, and I've been reading through everything and this kind of thing and trying to make myself knowledgeable about it. But there's still much more I need to learn, so I'm happy to discuss this together and figure it out together. As fun, I think. Anyway, so that's the dwarves. That's the bard. And then we have the Dimwalker, which is a unique character in this game. He's kind of like the priest of D&D, but he doesn't really work in the same way for most things. He still uses his faith to like invoke his gods or whatever he's following, but the Dimwalker is very unique for each culture. So if you're a human Dimwalker from Westmark and believing in Gave, you will have one set of spells. If you're from the elves or dwarves or Midland and Stormlands, totally different set of spells. So I think the Dimwalker is quite interesting. For example, if you're a Dimwalker from the elves, you don't have your gods anymore, right? Like we talked about before, the gods left. So you actually are a kind of you kind of use the stars to get magic. You see patterns in the stars, and you get your magic from that, because they believe that the stars represent the gods that left them, or that they are the gods moving away from Trudvang. Yes. So they can see the patterns in these and get their magic from there. And most of their magics are related to the forest. Like they can summon an earthquake and talk with animals and this kind of thing. Kind of like a hunter, like a ranger, maybe have some animal companions and stuff like that, or a druid, like a druid maybe. While like the Dimwalkers from Westmark are more like a classical cleric with some healing spells and stuff like that. So these can be very interesting, but they're also quite complicated. I suggest we at least have one Dimwalker in the group to get some.
Me.
Yeah. Who?
Me. I'm working on it. The Dimwalker.
Awesome.
I'm planning to do Vitner Weaver, maybe a splash of Dimwalker.
Yeah, that's fine. That's cool.
Nice.
So
I'm gonna have a splash of Ranger.
Cool. So Bird Dog. What kind of Dimwalker are you thinking? We talked about this before, but maybe you can introduce it a little bit here.
I guess we could just. I guess this is an opportunity to bring up some character. I guess. So my concept is my character's a Dyfir, a half elf from the Ilmalani and a Stormlander, whose father was a ranger, who is a huntmaster. He or Spurver Uvi, one that was who would guide people in between the wilderness, and he was hired by an Ilmalani woman, Vivani Ihana, a Dimwalker, to take him to the Trollbridge Mountains in search of a lost relic. Well, they faced a creature. He got wounded. She cared for him. They fell in love. Had my character, and then he was raised as learning both, Vrock and the Elven tongue, and he's going to have a little spy. He's going to be. Her mother had to leave for some reason with his little sister, and the whole thing was make sure that he's raised a Dimwalker. So she comes back periodically. So my character's going to have Dimwalker, but he's also going to, because his dad's there, he's going to follow a little bit of Ranger with his father. So that's my character's background real quick.
That sounds awesome, man. That sounds really cool. So yeah, that's the kind of thing, right? You can make any kind of stories and it will work as long as you have like a reasonable backstory for it, right? And I love that then you have a very clear reason for why you're a half elf and how come you got to become an elven Dimwalker. You also have a very clear reason for that. And also you have a reason for being in this area because the Trolljaeger Mountains, like we talked about, is in the northwest of Aidland. So that's awesome, perfect. And I'm looking forward to learning more about your character later.
Oh, me too.
yeah, exactly. You too, huh? We learn together. Of course, it's like we talked about, it might be difficult to find anybody to teach you more. But you can always go back to Soy or find a Dimwalker somewhere, right? It's not impossible, I think. I mean, the elves also travel quite a lot, especially in Aidland and the southern parts of Stormlands where they do a lot of trading and stuff. So they are not unheard of, but they are also not very common. In Aidland, there is a big port city in the west. I will put on the map here again. Let's see here. In the west we have it's called Grim Village. It's kind of a strange name, but it's actually a big port. The village itself is quite small, but the port part of the city is quite big. And this is where most trades with the elves comes to, together with Saga in the south, the big city in the south. And some part of the campaign is gonna be in Grim Village in the future. I can already tell you. So if you want to have some connection with Grim Village or something like that as well, that's also fine. Actually, any
grandparents on the father's side.
Yeah, maybe they can come from this area. Maybe they're part of the Shield Jarl Jorin and his Trollmark Castle clan or something like that, right? That's also something you have to think about. What clan is your father from? What family? Is he from one of the smaller clans that are supporting the bigger ones, like the people that you were working for in the beginning of the game? That farm, he's of the House of Vite, which supports the House of Ludbrots, which in turn supports the Shield Jarl of Saga, Wolfgat. So you can kind of figure out what level of the political system are you in. You're in the bottom layer, right? Like you're in one of the families. Might be the top family in your small clan, but the clan itself is part of a bigger connection of clans. This kind of way.
Or something a little higher that would have enamored the Ilmalani because they're all higher above everybody else. So.
Right. And that's kind of the problem with your mother, I guess, and her family being with being a human. That's kind of looked down upon. That's really not good, and maybe that's why she had to leave and go back to fix this kind of problem with her family, and try to smooth over stuff with the family at home.
There was an idea a guy called Paul Zimmer had, and that was that the elves were so beautiful that they would drive humans insane. So I don't know if that's apropos of anything, but that could be a reason why your mother left your father, is that she found that her beauty was
just affecting the
overcoming
nature of
his
everybody.
pain.
Yeah, like it was more about her beauty than her actual self. You mean like she was afraid that he loved her just because of her beauty?
Oh yeah, that's a possibility. So yeah, moving on to dwellers, right? Dwellers are next.
Indeed, yeah. So let's move on to the dwellers. So the dweller is a very unique class in this game, I think, compared to other games, because most people don't really play a dweller because they see them kind of like farmers or simple normal NPC kind of people, but I see them more like tradesmen and craftsmen and people that create stuff in the world, which is very very important in this game because your armor and your weapons will degrade over time when you use them. So we do need somebody to actually repair those, and the dweller is that guy. They have the core skills of care and knowledge. Care is kind of a group skill for trading, building, creating stuff, and also managing like a farm or a city or a country, and this kind of knowledge. So I think they're very interesting, but most new players might stay away from them because they feel like they're not heroic enough. And if you read the flavor text for the different cultures here, it's mostly like for the Stormlands, for example, the dwellers of Stormlands often live by the Jaws Keep, and they're usually just like peddlers or work in a farm or farm hands, this kind of thing. It doesn't sound very interesting for a player most of the time, but you can make it interesting, I think, and they're quite powerful, and they often work as herdmen in the Jarl's herd. Hird. I don't know how to say in English. The Hird is like the bodyguards of the Jarl. So each Jarl has their own Hird, and in the Hird there's like the personal retinue kind of. And dwellers often work as Hirdmen in the Jarl's Hird and stuff like that as well, because they're usually quite good at both forging and using their weapons. And like I said before, the archetype you choose doesn't in any way limit you in what you can choose to put in your skills, you know. So don't be afraid to try it out. So what do you guys think about the dwellers?
I almost went dweller.
Almost.
Well, to me, your description that you gave, which over the text, what I can harken back to is that the dispossessed dwarves in Tolkien would make their living by being traveling smiths.
Mm.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's a dweller, a traveling smith, for example. Definitely. So this is more if you want to have a game more about trading and this kind of aspects of the game more than fighting. Maybe you will still be a powerful fighter if you want to, but you also get some bonuses to trading and crafting and this kind of thing, which I find very interesting. Especially, yeah. Go on. No, go on.
I was going to say what I see on that would be if you had a game of dwellers. They would be traveling craftsmen. Any type of physical conflict would come up on whatever they encountered between villages.
Mm. Right. And actually, I found some homebrew rules about crafting as well, which are very interesting that I translated to English. I put it in the Trudvang Facebook group before, if you saw that. And this actually makes it even more interesting to be a dweller, I think, with these crafting rules. I can give links to all of this at some point. in the Twitch here as well. But it's kind of like you get like creation points when you craft according to your skill value and your rolls with a d20. And these creation points you can add to them, but it becomes more and more difficult to add more creation points. And in the end, if you fail, you lose what you've been trying to craft, and you have to start over. But with these creation points, you can add like attributes to your object, make it lighter, make the range longer, make it sharper, add like fire effects to it and stuff like that, make it sturdier, make it more balanced, and all of this will add some bonuses to it, like bonus to your skill value in using it, or the break value when you parry with it, how much it can take, how much damage it can take, this kind of thing. So it can make it very interesting and make some unique weapons and unique items in general. So I think for this, Dweller becomes even more interesting because of this homebrew. I don't know who made these rules. I couldn't find his or her name anywhere. It's a Swedish person anyway.
It's in the footer.
Sorry?
Isn't it in the footer? Translated? Oh, you translated it, right?
Yeah, I translated it. Exactly. I think I downloaded it. He had like a resource page with all his homebrew rules, and I downloaded it a few months ago, and I didn't really put the name. Yeah, I didn't put it to him. I didn't remember it. So, is that the attachment you linked right now, Brian? Is that the crafting?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't know if they'll be able to get to it. If they're not part of the channel, but
exactly. Yeah, but that's perfect. So yeah,
try to get it on Dropbox.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you guys can help me out with that, huh? I don't really have time to go into that at all. But yeah, those kind of aspects we can make very interesting for the dwellers, I think. And like I said, you can still be a good fighter and do some other stuff as well. So there's no limitation at all. Next one is the... Oh, yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
Something interesting about the dwarf culture is their religion is all about crafting things for their... like bringing the image of the mountain out through crafting and stuff. And their Foolcraft really reflects that, because you are taking objects, crafting them, and imbuing them. And I think it also plays off of their actual their ability to craft, to make their magic items.
Right, exactly. So like a dwarven Dimwalker would also have some skill points in crafting in the care skills. And yeah, like you said, that's the interesting thing with both the dwarven Dimwalkers and the dwarven Vitner weavers that are the magicians, that they use like crafting instead of actually making a spell. They craft it into an item, and like the dwarven Dimwalkers are called the tools, right? Like you said, they do the tool crafting, where they use runes and stuff and put runes into items to give them power. So that's quite interesting. Anything else about the dwellers?
I always liked playing. Here's just a quick anecdote about dwellers and those people with crafting skills. And that is, I played a gnome, and he was a tailor, but that was his background. But he became a rogue due to a war, and the GM allowed me to use my tailor skills to identify where people were from based on the stitching of their clothes. Eventually, trade messages through something called a shade stitch in the clothes. Just cool. Kind of stuff like that. So it'd be interesting to take like a profession and skills of a profession and turn them to adventure. And so any gnomes in my campaign worlds or whatever, if you have a profession, you can turn it into an adventuring.
That's awesome. Yeah, I really like that. That's cool. Yeah, there's all kind. I mean, if you want to do something specific like that, or if you want to add to the game in any way, just talk with me, and I'm happy to do that if it fits. I think it should be quite open to interpretation and addition this game. So Awesome. So the ranger then, the ranger is kind of the same as in other games like D&D and stuff. They might use more distance-based weapons like bows and crossbows and slings and stuff like that. And they're also like pathfinders, right? So they focus on the knowledge and wilderness skills. And the wilderness skills are very important in this game because surviving in the wilderness is a big part of being successful in this game. All of the characters will start with a base of 10 days that they can survive in the wilderness without doing any rolls. But after those 10 days are up, people need to start doing some rolls to see if they find food or if they survive, and it will become more and more difficult. Having a ranger in the group will make it much easier. They could provide food and shelter and know where to walk and where to go and how to do stuff in the wilderness for everybody. And they're also very good at shooting bows and stuff. Well, depending on how you make your character, of course. And there's a lot of influences of this, like hunting and fishing and stuff in the game that you need to do to get food if you didn't bring enough. And the whole world is quite wild, not only the Stormlands or the Wildlands, but even Westmark and Midland have their parts that are quite wild. So a ranger will always be useful in this game. And they're also quite unique depending on where you come from, what culture and stuff. So I think that makes it interesting. So what do you guys think about the Rangers?
Rangers are cool.
Yeah. I think it's quite easy starting class for people not very familiar with role-playing games in general. Feels kind of like the Ranger from World of Warcraft, for example, like with the animal companion and this kind of thing. But compared with D&D, one thing I found very strange with D&D Pathfinder when I started playing was that almost all classes have some kind of what I considered magic. And D&D, the Rangers will have some kind of ranger magic, like the druids pretty much. And in the old Drakar Demoner from the Swedish versions of the games, this was never the case. Only the magicians had magic, and the priests or the Dimwalkers had their faith. But Rangers, they don't, and Boards doesn't have their own magic, which I like. I don't think they should have magic. I like this kind of low fantasy system, which I would consider Trudvang being a low fantasy, a low magic system. What do you think about that?
Can you repeat that?
All of it?
No, just the last thing. Last point.
Yeah, I consider this system to be a low magic, low fantasy system where there's not this kind of amazing, spectacular magic like there can be in D&D. It's more like a little bit more low-key, more like Game of Thrones magic, kind of in the background.
Yeah, I like this. How I used to play Trudvang in my group and such. So it's more a mystical thing than.
Right. Yeah, I would say so. Like, if you're a magician or a Vitner weaver from Stormlands, for example, you're quite uncommon, and it might even be that you don't show people that you're a Vitner weaver. You don't want to show people that because people try to take advantage of you.
Isn't it a good thing also? One of the reasons that magic isn't that common as in D&D isn't it that there is a negative effect every time you throw magic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was thinking of mentioning that later, but we can.
Knowledge for magic users, but you know that things from one part somewhere else it will disappear.
Right. Yeah, and that's something I was going to mention when we come to Vitner Weavers later, but we can talk a little bit about that now. And I think that's one of the things that really make Vitner Weavers interesting and magic in this system interesting. That the negation, as it's called, that, for example, if you do a fireball, it will get really close in an area close to you. It will get very cold there. if you use a magic where you can understand language, a person in your vicinity that actually usually understand this language will suddenly not understand it anymore for the period of time that you use the magic, and so on. I think that makes it really interesting, and you need to be careful with using magic because it has consequences around you. So yeah, I think that makes it really, really cool. Have you guys read anything about the magic in Trudvang? What's your opinion about it?
I really like it. I'm planning to do mainly Vitner weaving.
Mm-hmm.
Thinking, I like how there's the 3 different types, and how it's like a point system is pretty cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like
how
that
you
too.
can modify spells by spending points.
Right, just like in the combat system, you get like Vitner points, right? Like a bank of points that you can use, and it's like your mana power, pretty much. And I really like that compared to D&D and stuff, that you have your mana power, and then you can use an amount of this power to make it more powerful in some ways, and add a range to the spell or add power to the spell. And depending on how much you put into it, it becomes maybe not more difficult to send or to use, but you use more of your innate power, and if you run out, you'll die. So yeah, you need to. It's like managing your managing what you have, managing your points, and yeah, I really like it. It's really cool. It makes it quite interesting and different. And like you said, there are 3 types of magic. There's the white magic, the gray magic, and the dark magic. Doesn't mean that that the dark magic is evil or anything. Even though most evil magicians will have only dark magic, most more pure and powerful magicians will have white magic only. It doesn't mean that it's innately evil. It's just that when you learn about magic in this, when you start studying or find your magic, the first magic you find is always Dark Vitner. That's the easiest one to find, but it's quite chaotic. It means you get more points to use in your magic, like your mana, more mana to use, but it's easier to fumble. It's easier to fail with a spell. And when you fumble, you have to roll on a fumble tablet in the book, and all kinds of crazy stuff can happen. Maybe we can actually find. This is the Game Master's book here. Maybe we can actually find. Does anybody know where the fumble tablet are in the Game Master's book?
It is in the Vitner weaving section. I don't know that much.
Maybe that's in the player's manual. Let's see. It says 49.
It is in the player's manual, yes.
It is in the player's manual?
I think so, yeah. Let me find it. It's like right at the beginning of the Vitner part.
Okay. So, let's see.
Before the Vitner tablets. It's on page 84. Fatal magic effects. Well, it's on page 84 and 85.
Oh, right.
2 whole pages of the table.
So, yeah, it's easier to fumble or do fatal magic effects as a dark Vitner. And also, it's easier to get a more powerful failure as a dark Vitya. You roll a d10, and then it says it's OR 8 to 10. OR means open roll. It's like a crit roll. So if you roll an 8 to 10 in this case, on a d10, you roll another d10 and add it. And you continue that until you won't roll an 8 or 10 to 10 anymore. So you can come up to quite high numbers here, 60 plus. And all of these are quite interesting, these effects that can happen. And it can be quite devastating and can kill you all or make you mad and all kinds of stuff. It kind of adds another aspect to magic that you can kind of think about that. So that's a dark Vitner. You find a dark Vitner first, and then if you continue studying and push on, you get to the balanced gray Vitner, which you both use dark Vitner and white Vitner. And they can both get a perfect roll. You can't get a perfect roll in Dark Vitner. In Grey, you can get a perfect roll, and you can also fumble, and it's not as powerful fumble as the Dark Vitner, but still quite powerful. You get a little bit more Vitner points to spend as a Vagnitalia Grey Vitner. Not as much as the Dark, but more than the White. And then if you continue pushing through your studies, and you're pushing through and pushing through, you get to the most pure form of Vitner, that's the Vitalia and the White Vitner, which is extremely powerful and potent, but you don't get so many points to spend.
Yeah.
So that's
And
kind of
different tablets have different modifiers based on what kind of Vintner you're using. Like animal Vintner tablet, your levels of power cost more for Dark Vintner, and they cost less for Grey Vintner.
right. Yeah, that also makes it interesting. So the Vitner tablets are the spells. Instead of having a spell book, or maybe you have a spell book, but you use the creation points that you use in the beginning to create your character, and you buy these kind of tablets, or you buy levels in them, and you get the spells according to that level. For example, Animal Vitner level 1, you get Messenger and speak to animals. If you put another level in it, you get Call on animals, Conjure ravens, Control animals, and you also get level 1 spells. You can see on the side here, you get the level, right, of the spell. So you can make a very interesting and unique Vitner Weaver if you want, that focuses on something. Depending on where you come from, maybe if you come from the wildlands, maybe you have more about animals and more about the forest and this kind of thing, this kind of Vitner. So it's quite interesting, and yeah, you can make a very unique Vitner Weaver. And like you said, the different Vitner types that you use. So White Vitner, no modifier, for example, on Animal Vitner. Grey Vitners have some modifier, and then the Dark Vitner also have some modifier. So that's something you can think about when you create your Vitner Weaver. Let's go back to the archetypes. Let's see. Okay, Dimwalker, Dweller, Ranger. Okay, next one is Rogue. It's kind of similar to D&D, I would say. But in D&D, I feel like the Rogue is just another kind of martial character. It doesn't really matter that you're a rogue per se, it's just another way to fight. And we do have backstab and stuff like that in this game as well, but a rogue is actually somebody that did something wrong. Like, you've been pushed out of your society, wherever you come from. Maybe you killed somebody, it might have been by mistake, it might have been because of need. Maybe you stole something, or you did something wrong anyway. And you can kind of tell that you're not a really good character. Most of the rogues are a little bit evil, or they very selfish in some way, right? And that kind of also influences how you play the character. So that's something to think about when you want to make a rogue, that you're usually a vagrant or somebody that people don't want to have to do with, or to, yeah, you don't want to have anything to do with these guys most of the time. So what kind of thinking do you have about the rogues in this game? Anybody want to play a rogue?
Self-explanatory.
Yeah, I would say so. But yeah, it's an interesting, especially the backstabbing rules are quite interesting. Since you use combat points to fight, and you need to put these points into attacks and defense, in the backstabbing you don't need to use combat points to do a backstab. You always hit. So that's something quite useful and powerful, I think. And it always makes a crit open roll. So you always roll double the dice in the beginning, and then that gives you an even bigger chance to get an open roll on the next one. So yeah, that's a really powerful melee fighter, but you're gonna be looked down upon by most of society if you've done something bad, or might not be welcome everywhere and stuff like that. If they know then, of course, that you are a rogue. So yeah. Anybody want to play a rogue, by the way? Thought about it?
No.
Not here.
I have.
Nice.
I'm a bit slow to answer, but I've been hiding a bit.
That's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
Everyone is welcome to answer. I mean, it's quite a especially since we're also streaming, might be a little bit uncomfortable to answer. It's okay. I'm happy.
I am a streamer.
Yeah, you are a streamer yourself. You don't have an excuse then, huh?
I don't have an excuse.
So yeah, you talked about being a rogue, right? And we actually started making your character beforehand a little bit.
Yeah.
You want to tell others about it?
Yeah. Rogue is actually from the north, from the Wildfolk, I'm thinking.
Right, a Wildfolk rogue.
Yeah. I've been actually doing some backstory while you've been talking and everything. So
that's perfect. That's perfect.
So a bit of my backstory is the name of the rogue is Waldhelm. And he's a young wildling from up north that he learned his weaving. Actually, I have put a bit of some of the spell weavings.
Oh yeah, this is a good example, right? That you start as a rogue, but you also put points into Vitner weaving, right?
Yeah.
So you're not as powerful as a pure magician, but you actually have some special abilities that helped you as a rogue up in the wildlands, I guess.
Yeah. So I went in to put a the delusion Vitner that is helping me pretty much up in the north since wildlings is fighting each other all the time. And I was thinking I was not the fighting type so much, but I've been trained to be hiding myself.
And you were talking about you kind of found your Vitner like an innate kind of bloodline kind of thing, more like you didn't study anywhere because you can't even read, right? But it just came to you kind of when you needed it.
Yeah, but I was thinking I was learning my mother instead.
Okay, yeah, that works.
That would be a bit more plausible to do instead of only learn from somewhere in the magic realms.
Well, like in D&D you have both wizards and sorcerers, right? Yeah. The difference is that the wizards, they learn in a school, and the sorcerers, they have kind of an innate bloodline ability to do magic. So you can do that kind of way here too. There's no real limitations on that. But yeah, that makes sense. Maybe your mother was a witch in the forest somewhere.
Yeah.
Of course, the Vitner weavers in the Wildfolk culture are very much killed instantly when they're found, because they believe that they get power from killing and like offering up the Vitner weavers to their gods, this kind of evil god. They believe in the same gods as the trolls do. So it's like
Haminges you're talking about?
The Wildfolk.
The Haminges religion.
Yeah, Haminges, exactly.
Cannibals and yeah.
Yeah, maybe you can tell us a little bit more about that if you have read up on it a little bit more than me.
Just remember some points there.
So
cannibals and stuff. So.
Right. Yeah, they're kind of cannibals, and they're a little bit similar to Stormlands is in that they blot. Blot is when you kill an animal or a person and drain them of their blood and use that as an offering to their gods. That's also something that the Stormlanders do. Maybe not so much about people then, more about animals. But yeah, up in the cold and uncivilized north, they actually even eat each other. So, and that's where you're from. That's nice, Alpakka.
Yeah. So it's fun to be hunted by my own people.
Right, because you're both hunted because you're a rogue, and because if somebody finds out that you're a Vitner weaver, They're gonna hunt you for that too.
No.
Yeah.
So it says that the rogues are uncommon among the Wildfolk, since they are slain in a shameful manner if caught. Those who hide in the dark and steal from others deserve nothing better than being drowned in a mire or hung from a tree. The most common type of Wildfolk rogues are simple thieves and the sloggy who betray their own for payments. Sorry?
No, I was talking to my girlfriend.
Oh, okay. No problem. So yeah, the rogues, and then we have the Vitner Weaver. Then we've been talking about a little bit already. The magicians. I think we talked about most about the Vitner Weavers already. But yeah, there's 3 types of Vitner: dark, gray, and white. And all depending on which one you choose, you get some benefits and negative aspects, and also kind of affects your play style. I would say, like if you're a white Weaver, you will be a force for the good more, and if you're a dark Weaver, it will be easier for you to go with the temptations of the dark side. Right. You want to say anything about that?
No, we're just used to the dark side and the light side playing Star Wars, so.
Right. Oh, you guys are playing Star Wars, right?
Yeah.
Nice. So maybe you get some inspiration from there then for this. The Vitner Weavers are also quite unique depending on the culture. Like we talked about the dwarves before, right? The dwarves have never been successful in learning to do magic. So they bond the magic to specific kind of object instead. And there's always only one kind of dwarf that can actually learn to do this kind of crafting, magic crafting. So they also use the magical runes into items to make them magic. It's kind of similar to Dimwalkers for dwarves, I think. But they have different types of spells. And they do it in a little bit different way. The elves are very powerful in Vitner weaving. It kind of comes from the elvish people to begin with. The Mistur elves, the forefathers of the current elves, they taught all the other races to do magic and stuff like that. And the Mistur magic is the purest form of magic, even purer than white magic. And there is not really anybody known that knows about this magic, and it's kind of like a old story about it, and nobody really knows if it actually existed. But it's said that there's some trolls, some ancient trolls in the north called the Fjol trolls, I believe, that might know about this magic. That's the rumor, at least. But nobody ever saw this kind of troll either. But they're said to be the keepers of this kind of magical knowledge, the Mistur magic. That's quite interesting. Midland magicians and Viran Westmark magicians are quite common, I think. Stormland magicians are very uncommon and also looked down upon a little bit, and they kind of similar to the Wildfolk, where they don't really trust the Vitner Weavers. So yeah, any questions about the Vitner Weavers or anything like that? Anybody want to do a pure Vitner Weaver? Or be thinking about it?
Well, I'm doing mostly. What's this input error?
Oh,
Yeah, I'm thinking about doing mostly Vintner.
Invalid.
Right. You got some problem with the character sheet or something?
Yeah, it's side note. It doesn't have to take up stream or character creation time.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay, the last archetype is the classic warrior. There's different types of warriors in different cultures. In the Viran warriors in the Westmark, they are usually they're called Riddermen. They're like knights, heavily armored, big two-handed weapons, usually lances and horses. Usually part of a holy order, kind of like temple knights, holy warriors, this kind of thing. So that could be kind of like you could make a paladin if you want, doing a Viran warrior with some faith skills. You could make a pretty powerful paladin, similar to paladin kind of class if you want, or just a big knight. The dwarves have a specific kind of dwarf that is more suitable for fighting that they use in their wars usually. And Stormlanders and Midlanders, we talked about them already a little bit. The Stormlanders are more like Vikings, the Midlanders are more like horse people. And the Wildfolk are barbarians, I would say. Anybody want to do a warrior?
Yes, I do.
All right. What are you thinking about?
I was thinking a gray brute, and since we're starting on a farm, he was a foundling, and a little slow on the uptake of things. So he helps out around the farm as general muscle, and since he's rather large, if anybody shows up at the farm or the farmer needs a little bit of intimidation, they bring him along.
Cool. So the Grey Brute, is like a human, and what kind of troll?
Gray troll.
Okay, so it's like Grey Troll and a human combined, right?
Yes.
Right. So that's the thing, right?
Since he's a little bit larger.
Yeah, not as large as the ogre. The ogre are human and ogres combined. That's the largest and stupidest ones. But you're a little bit larger than a human and more muscled, and good for brute force. So that would be cool. That would be cool.
I was thinking he probably had a little bit of crafter, again from helping out around the farm, doing smith work and stuff like anything that requires a bit of strength.
So is your character in some way related to the people on this farm, or is he just there to work?
Well, he's a foundling. They basically, on one of their trips somewhere, they found him as an infant abandoned and took him in and raised him as their own.
Right. Yeah. Grey Brute, right?
Yes, sir.
Bigger than human in every respect. Usually it takes after its troll lineage, meaning that they'll have lots of hair on their body, usually yellow eyes, big nose, and long ears. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. That sounds really good. And I actually never made a character or helped anybody make a character with a Grey Brute or Halfling. Most of my players choose the pure races, but no problem. That's perfect.
Well, when you said we were starting out, on the farm in Brand?
In Stormlands in Aidland.
Yeah, in Aidland. I just kind of went, that would be interesting. And whatever his background from before they found him, whoever his mother was, whoever his father was, I was just going to leave it up to you.
Okay, sure. We can talk about it. We can discuss it and find something out together that fits. But I mean, if you're a half Stormlander, half Grey Troll, maybe your mother was part of the family here, or maybe another family got kicked out, and you're kind of like a mercenary. Maybe would make sense. This kind of thing.
Well, what I pictured was that the farmer here, and since we don't have a name, I don't know who, like I said, had found him as a child.
Oh, okay. So he kind of took him in his family.
Okay,
and
raised him as his own. And whoever the real mother is, and whatever the real father is, because that's kind of how I'm picturing it.
Right.
He doesn't know, never knew. They may watch him from afar. They may just have ignored him or whatever. And like I said, I was going to leave that kind of as a mystery up to you to work.
All right, fair enough. So the farm that you are living on right now is called Juka's Hearth. The farm of Juka's Hearth, and the owner of the farm, his name is Trolljaeger. Trolljaeger. I can give you the names later if you want again when we play. But Trolljaeger.
Yeah, probably because
I can write it in the.
We can't spell that stuff.
I can barely spell it myself. Trolljaeger. I'm writing it in the chat of Twitch right now. That's the name of the owner of the farm head, or whatever you call it, the chieftain of that clan. And then his farm is called Juka's Hearth. And he's part of the Haugspori. So yeah, cool, awesome. So I'm thinking, now we went through all of the archetypes and stuff, and I think it's time for a break at least. I'm kind of I need to drink some more coffee, I feel like. So let's take a break, and then maybe we can start creating characters. If somebody needs to go, I definitely understand. We've already been doing this for 2 hours. So I'm happy to continue and helping you actually make the characters now. But yeah, let's take a break first, huh?
I'm actually done with the character. I just need to write down the background.
All right, perfect. So yeah, we can do it together, and you can help me with other people's characters as well then.
A question for someone here. Who made the document?
That was Siggi.
That was me.
How accurate is it when you counting the experience points and such? Is it the green, then I'm good, and if it's red, yeah, then I have put too much in something or too little in something?
Yeah, it's if it turns red, you don't have the base skill level high enough.
Nice. Because in that case, I think I'm done. I got the 1 point left that I can't put in anything.
Awesome. Yeah. So the way it works is that you have the base skill, you have the discipline and the speciality, right? So you need to have at least a base skill of 4 to be able to get 1 level in a discipline or speciality. And you need to have level 7 to get 2 or 3 levels, or level 10, which is the maximum in the base skill, right? To get level 4 or 5, which is the maximum in the discipline and the speciality. So that's the base.
You kind of
rules.
have a linguist dwarf in the party.
You could. So, and also, by the way, I'm gonna give you, and all of you, I'm gonna give you language foreign tongue, Vrok level 1 for free. Okay.
Well, I have it. I have it already from the father. So.
Yeah, you already have it. But if you don't have it, you get foreign tongue Vrok level 1 for free.
I think that's my native language, my mother tongue.
Yeah, if you're from the Stormlands, or if you're from the east part of Midland, you will have that. And
if you're in a country that borders like really close to another country or land, you can have both of them as a mother tongue, but they come in at 3, which I believe is the freebie level of it. I was taking it because of being, parents from 2 different cultures, but.
And if
I thought I had read that it had a base level, and that if you had 2 mother tongues, if you were that east portion of Midlander, you could, both of your languages could only add up to a point value of 3.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If you have 2 mother tongues, we can do that way. But if you don't have it, you can have another level in it now. So you can add another. If you get like level 2 in your other mother tongue and level 1 in this one, you can add another level. Then so you have level 2 if you want in both. If you know what I mean.
I think so.
So what you need to do when you add this extra skill in this online sheet that Siggi made for us, you need to go into the first page with character traits, and you need to add 7 adventure points, I think.
So it's starting CPI 307 and archetype CPI 50.
Yeah, because so you have, if you get some skill points left, you know, so it's correct. But the thing is, if you take intelligence as a trait with +1, 2, or 4, knowledge skills will be cheaper. So also remember to change that those adventure points.
Didn't the document make that automatically?
No, because this is something that I added, right? It's not something that's in the base rules. So it's just to balance out your remaining points after you're done with all the skills. So don't add rock until the end of all of your other skills are done. So finish all of your skills and see how many points do you have left. And after you add rock, make sure you have that many points left by adding adventure points.
Okay, then I need to take off rock and see how many points there is.
Right, exactly. I can help you.
You can type it in without putting points in it.
Yeah, you can.
One thing on the character sheet is your character background is not, or at least I can't access it.
Double clicking it.
The background's aligned weird.
It's the same with the player name and the character name. If you double click in the box, you get a cursor to right.
I have to go in.
And make sure that you copied it over to your own drive, right? So you can edit it.
Yeah, I've got it downloaded on my own drive. I just didn't realize the double click thing.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why we're here, huh? Also, I do prefer to use the real character sheet from the book. I think it's really cool. I have a picture of it here on Twitch as well. I just like the design and easy to read. But yeah, you can definitely use Siggi's automatic there. It's so much easier. So yeah, go for it. But if you have it,
I actually write it down on the real character sheet and have the online sheet.
Actually, that's a really good idea. If you want to use the real character sheet, try to make an online sheet as well, because then you can share that with me, so I can see that in front of me when we play later. Because it's gonna be a little bit.
Basically, send my character to you so you have it on hand, and then I can keep the other one.
Yeah, exactly. You can like link to the document in your drive, and I can also see when you update it, right? I can go in there and just watch it, and I can see when it's updated and stuff. And I can see your backstory and stuff like that, and incorporate that in the story and stuff like that, like I want to do later.
No, now you can see when I'm cheating.
Also part of this, huh? So I can see when you guys are cheating, you assholes.
Damn it.
Does anybody know if,
yeah.
Sorry, I was going to ask, does anybody know if they have a fillable sheet like that, or are we effectively out of luck on that?
What?
I haven't seen one. A form fillable character sheet.
Yeah, form fillable character sheet or anything like that.
No, I mean that's I guess why Siggi made this automatic one, since there wasn't any.
Okay.
But the Siggi's sheet now I think is pretty perfect, actually, pretty close to perfect.
There's a bug with damage thresholds.
Oh really? Okay.
Points, yeah.
Go ahead, fix it.
Yeah, I gotta look at what this code actually fucking.
Yeah, right.
Gotta look into the matrix a little bit.
Rick, can you write down your email address somewhere so I can share the document?
Sure, definitely. I'll write that in Discord.
Yeah, that would be great.
I will write that in the schedule. No, I will write in Trudvang and pin it. If there's something else you want me to pin in the Discord, feel free to tell me and I will pin it later, or Alpakka can pin it. And so here's mine.
Oh god damn it, I'm a fat dwarf.
Alright, please send your There we go.
I got 3 points left. Jeez.
Oh, dang! The Borjornikka dwarf are fat.
Feel free to keep your points if you have some left, because you can use it later when you go up, like level up and stuff. I saw your message there, Jim. No, I haven't been able to check Discord.
Quick question.
Yeah.
I am looking at Trudvang Chronicles, volume 1.3. In this version, yada yada, 9 blue dots for the character sheet. Double click, and all it does is go in a circle and bring me right back to the same page.
No, you got to save a copy of it.
That's for versions. You should be using 1.3.
Yeah, you need to go up to archive, and then
you go to file, make a copy,
right.
and put it in your drive.
Right. I don't know
I get
why.
a notification every time somebody asks me if they can use it.
This is what I'm looking at. It just goes in circles. That's what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, that's the version that's in my drive.
Yeah, so you need to copy it to your drive.
Okay,
So if you look, there's a how to use like black bar, and under it says make a copy.
So make a copy of this page. Got it. All right, cool.
Yes.
Got it. Yep. Thanks.
Cool. I can't really show it on the Twitch here because I'm in the copy. I'm in my own copy right now in my own server, so I don't need to. I can't copy it again. Oh yeah, you get the idea, right? So guys, do you mind taking a little break? And I need to refill on coffee and stuff, and then
that's I guess 15 minutes or something.
Yeah, let's take a 15 minutes break and be back here.
More wine and more coffee.
So it's like 20 past right now, huh? So like 35 maybe?
Yeah, that sounds good.
That'd be great.
All right, so thanks guys, and we'll be right back.
See ya.
Okay.
Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game, Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends, Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game, Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends. Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends, Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic. Riotminds presents an award-winning role-playing game. Trudvang Chronicles. There are many tales and sagas about Trudvang. Many songs about the fallen heroes. Based on the Norse and Celtic myths and legends, Riotminds present a world of endless adventures. Draw your sword, call upon the gods, weave your magic.
I have to go here at 1 my time, so whatever top of the hour is over there for you guys.
All right, no problems, no problem. I mean, okay, so welcome back, by the way, to the stream. We're starting again here. We had a little bit of break here because we've been going for more than 2 hours already. We've been going for 2 hours and 42 minutes now, so that's pretty cool. So let's start to actually create our characters. So most of you have already got the sheet that Siggi made here. And during the break, you actually updated it a little bit, right? You added to it a little bit. So if somebody watched this, download it during, maybe they should download it again, right?
Yeah, probably if they want to keep track of their body points.
Okay, it was something with the body points there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for those in the group, if you haven't started modifying anything yet, I recommend copying it.
Right. Cool.
Well, is there a new... Oh, I did all this work.
Because I did a bug fix to the body point thresholds.
Okay.
So currently, it's not going to be calculating correctly unless you either manually input the value in the disk that I put in Discord and follow those steps, or you just recopy it to your drive.
The one that I was working on, or the new one? The
new one you want to recopy to your drive. So just go recopy the original one that you copied.
Right. Okay. Let me scroll up here.
Hi.
Hey, Alpakka. We're starting up again. No problems. You're eating something?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying weird what.
All right, so I guess most of you started already making your characters, but the first thing we need to decide is your race and your nationality and also your archetype. So maybe we can go through one person at a time here and see. So Alpakka, what's your race? And also, by the way, we begin as beginners, so we get 300 creating points, and then we get extra 50 points for whatever archetype we choose. That is automatic, so don't worry about it. So yeah, Alpakka, what are you gonna play?
I'm gonna play human.
Okay. And what nationality or culture are you gonna do?
I'm a Wildfolk.
Okay. Wildfolk up in the north.
Wildfolk.
And then your religion is gonna be Hamminges, which is the evil troll religion. Mother tongue is gonna be Wild Rock. Rock and Wild Rock are quite connected. Rock is what they speak in Stormlands. And Wild Rock is the older version of that. And you can also choose Bastionmal, which is the language that the troll speaks. But
that's a homebrew thing, though.
Being
able to select that as your mother tongue.
Yeah, so Wild Rock is the standard one. And what archetype are you going to do?
Rogue.
Okay. Okay. What about you, Bird Dog? What are you playing?
I'm playing half elf, the Dyfir. I have to choose, and I talked this with Siggi in the chat that I need to choose Ilmalani as my nationality to get access to the Tokaloke to be the Dimwalker and choose the appropriate tablets as taught by my character's mother.
Excellent.
So I'm going to choose a mother tongue because we decided that he was raised in. I have to choose Aika as the mother tongue, and then we'll just figure out that extra mother tongue. You're going to give us Vrok, but I figured if he was raised by in Stormland, he would probably have a couple extra points.
Right. Yeah, like you would have both Aika and Vrok. So maybe let's say you have level 3 in Aika, and then you have level 2 in Vrok.
Okay.
So you can add that rock thing later, just so you don't mix up, fuck up your calculations.
Right.
Okay, perfect. Okay, what about you, Elendil?
I am going to go with the Grey Brute
Stormlander.
Yeah. wherever we are.
If we could type this in the Twitch, that'd be cool too. So, Alpakka, I'll let you backtrack real quick.
I'm showing it in Twitch as well, so we can watch the video later.
You're the man.
But of course, I want to keep track of this at some point. But that's why I gave you guys my email. If you look in the Discord chat, so you can actually send it to me later. So okay, so you're Jerbani's religion if you're a Stormlander, and mother tongue is Vrok. And what about your archetype?
I'm going to go ahead and go with warrior.
Right, warrior. Cool. All right. And Flynn, what are you thinking?
Flynn is going to go with human.
Human.
Human albino.
Albino. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. My mother tongue is going to be dwarf.
What kind of human do you want to be? Stormlander, Midlander, the runner of Wildfolk.
I was also going to go with Foundling, raised by dwarves as a dweller. But who are our taller? Who are our taller original Viking types?
Stormlanders.
Stormland. Then I'll go with Stormlander.
All right, and you said you were raised by dwarves.
Yes, above ground also.
Okay, I guess we can put Jerbadis as your religion anyway. It doesn't really matter too much. I'm guessing you're not doing a Dimwalker, right?
No, dweller.
Okay, dweller. And then your mother tongue. So you want to have two mother tongues, right? You want to have the dwarvish one and yours.
Let's just go with dwarvish one, and then I'll pick up the one like you gave us.
All right, cool.
Because I was too young to have the other one.
Right. Yeah. So the problem now is then that we can't really choose that in this automatic cheat, right? Which is fine. You can just write the dwarvish one. The dwarvish one.
Yeah, you can just write it in. It'll give you a little flag saying, "Hey, that's not accepted," but it'll still work.
Yeah. So the dwarvish one is called Futark. Futark. I will write it in the Twitch chat now. You can see.
All right.
Like this. Yeah, that's the language of the dwarves. So just write that in. Put in human and Stormlander. Religion, you can put Jerbanis if you want, or you can put Thuldun. The dwarven one is called Thuldun.
Right.
But it doesn't really matter. And then just write Futark. And Dweller, okay? Cool. Nice.
Got it.
Okay, so what about Nirnie?
I'm Greld Fairhair, a dwarf Borjornikka with the Thuldun religion.
Alright. And what archetype are you playing?
Bard.
Ooh,
cool.
A full spread, I think.
Yeah, nice. Alright, and what about Siggi?
I'm gonna be playing a human Stormlander Vitner Weaver. And I'm planning to also do a little bit of Faith. Dimwalkers.
Really? All right, cool.
Like I'm gonna have like a Dimwalker tablet, and I'm planning to play a character who somehow had a falling out with their clan, possibly due to being a Vitner Weaver, and then took up doing burial rites or something.
All right, cool. This sounds nice. Sounds awesome.
And our characters may or may not be connected.
Right, yeah. Feel free to do some connection between each other as well, and we can talk about it together. And this kind of stuff is totally up to you guys. So Jim is not here right now. He went AFK. Was there anyone else that is not here anymore?
I think we're all here.
Yeah, Grimes didn't join, and Gilgamesh couldn't join this time, and Jim maybe is just drinking coffee or taking a shit or something. Okay, perfect. So okay, so now we know our affiliations. That's all done, and now we need to take a look at traits. So this is when it starts getting a little bit more complicated, perhaps. So the traits are our base skills that quite similar to D&D. Let's go through them a little bit quickly. I'm going to show the book here again and transition to the book. And we can talk a little bit about them. Okay, let's see. So we have the first one is charisma. So instead of having a number in these, like we do in D&D, for example, and also how we did in the old versions of this game, we have a either positive or negative stat instead. It's kind of how it works in D&D 5th edition, but we totally removed the numbered versions altogether. It's just the actually modifier that we play with now. So you can either have +1, +2, or +4. -1, -2, -4, that's the same for all of these. And that will give you some kind of negative or positive effects on your skill buying and also some other stuff. For example, charisma. If you have a positive charisma, you will have more rod points. Rod points are quite unique to this game. It's kind of like inspiration in D&D, but it's kind of like a change of faith kind of thing. Fate, not faith. You get a certain amount in the beginning of the game, 1d6 plus minus your charisma, and that's the only points you get. You never get them back. And you can spend these ones, for example, you're running and you're jumping across a cliff and you fail the jump roll and you fall to your death. You can spend 1 point to succeed with the roll instead. Kind of change of fate, this kind of thing. So you should use them very carefully because you will get like 3, 4, 5 points usually.
Same thing with skill checks. If it's really important that you succeed with a skill check and you fail, you can choose to sacrifice a round and you automatically success with the roll.
Succeed. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. You can do it on anything. For example, if somebody hits you and you go down under 0 body points and you're supposed to die, you can use one to maybe twist your shoulder in the last second and the spear hits you, but it only makes you go to 0, so you don't die. This kind of thing. But yeah, use them very sparingly, I would say. But the charisma can give you up to +4 extra of these rod points. It also gives you it's cheaper to buy some disciplines and specialities, some skills in the entertainment and tradesman disciplines. These will be cheaper for you to buy. If you have a +4, each level will be 4 points cheaper. So instead of level 1 costing 7, it will be costing 3. Instead of level 2 costing 14, it will cost 13. Yeah. So and so on. That's how it works. 11, I mean. Yeah, no, +4. 10. Okay, I can calculate. Maybe I need to add some more to my calculation skill. So that's how charisma works. And if you get a minus, you get less reward points, and these disciplines will be more expensive. So why would you ever get a minus, you might ask, right? So the way it works is that you use your points, the creation points, to buy these. Level 1 costs 15, level 2 costs 30, level 4 costs 60 points to buy. And if you then take a -1 in something, you get 15 points extra. And you can put them on, because these points are also spent on your skills later. So you have to decide, do you want to be more powerful in your base traits, or do you want to put more of these points into your skills? So usually when we make a character, we say that you should have an average of +6 in all your traits. So, for example, 1 + 4 and 1 + 2, or maybe 1 + 4 and 2 + 2s and 2 - 1s. In the end, it should be about +6. You can have more or less if you want, but that's going to influence your skills later. So just remember that you do need a lot of points to put in your skills if you want to be good at doing something, not only basically powerful. Any questions?
No.
Please.
I'm taking a -1 on character on charisma.
All right, perfect. So that's charisma. This next one is constitution. Kind of self-explanatory, I think. Like I said, you start with a certain amount of body points depending on your race, and this one can give you more body points. It will also change how many body points you heal after a full night's rest. It is very harsh in this game. The base body points you heal is only 1 per rest, 1 per 8 hours of rest, 1 per day. And you can have like 32 as a human, right? So this one is quite important if you're expecting to get hurt. It will give you body points and it will give you healing per day. It won't give you any discounts for buying any skills, though. And the same with the negative, then you get less body points. Dexterity, it gives you a maximum movement. So for a human, per combat round, it's kind of similar to a combat round in D&D. It's like, I think it's supposed to be 5 seconds or something like that. You can move a certain amount of meters, and it's usually 10 or maybe 12 if you're an elf. So this one will give you more movement per combat round, +4 if you take a +4 stat in this. It will also give you a better initiative, which also works the same pretty much as in D&D. But in this one, you want to have as high of a number as possible. So when you do initiative in this game, you do a D10 and add your initiative bonus from dexterity. And also, you remove your initiative modifier from your gear, like weapons and armor. So if you have like a light armor and some weapons, you might get some minuses in your initiative modifier on that. And you add all of this together, and so it's all depending on what kind of gear you're using in the combat situation. Maybe you have like a axe, like a small dagger, that would be -1, I think, in the initiative. And then if you use a leather armor, that would be -3 or 2. And then you add those minuses together, and then you add the plus whatever you have in dexterity, and then there are D10 plus minus whatever you get there to see your initiative order. And this is quite important because in this game you roll initiative every round, not only in the beginning of the fight, which makes this game a little bit more hectic and a little bit more random than fighting in D&D. So this is quite important if you want to be fast in combat situations and be able to move around on the battlefield more. It also gives you a discount in agility skills, which is great. It's like balancing, jumping, swimming, using armor, or evading attacks, ambidexterity if you want to use your offhand, like your shield hand as we call it in this game. You need to take ambidexterity because it gives you bonus to using it. So how it works with the hand, that's also something you need to choose on the character sheet if you're left or right-handed. This is quite important in this game actually. If you're right-handed, for example, your right hand will be your weapon hand and your left hand will be your shield hand. If you use your weapon hand, you don't get any negative modifiers on using it, but if you use your shield hand for anything, you will get a -15 on that roll, on a d20. If you take ambidexterity in the agility skill tree, you can remove this negative -15 if you put a lot of points into it. So if you want to be a rogue with 2 weapons, for example, you should put some points into this. and then dexterity is quite important for you. Next one, intelligence, very important for Vitner weavers, Dimwalkers, anybody that wants to do anything with knowledge. This one pretty much only gives you a discount in Vitner craft, knowledge, and faith. Will cost you 4 points less if you take a +4. So this is a given for anybody that wants to do anything like this, because those skills cost a lot usually, and yeah, you should definitely get that. As you can see as well on all of this, we have a situation modifier as well. Sometimes you have to do a pure roll, like a situation roll for intelligence or something like that, and then we use this modifier as well. It's more common to roll your skills than to roll your traits, though, so that doesn't matter too much. Perception is another one that's quite unique to this game. It's your ability to like just perceive stuff around you in your environment, examine stuff. It's about sight and smell and sound and taste and touch, not only sight. And this kind of skill gives you, it's very good for wilderness. People want to work in the wilderness, like a ranger, for example. It gives you discount to different skills in the wilderness tree, like finding and spotting, thief signs, tracker, weatherman, wilderness signs, orienteering and cartography, navigation and extracts and potions. So if you want to do anything like this, it's a very useful one. And this one is quite often used for finding maybe traps or working in conjunction with the shadow arts finding and spotting skill in the shadow arts tree of skills. The psyche is also a very unique one for this. It's kind of like willpower in D&D. It's called willpower, right? In D&D?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this kind of like willpower is your mental health and your mental willpower. It's kind of like constitution, but for your mind. Before, in the previous versions of Drakar Demoner, the Swedish role-playing games before this one, Psyche was used for your magic ability, but it's not like that anymore. Now it's about your persistence in the wild, which is, like we talked about, quite important in this game. How long you can persist in the wild. The base is 10 days. This one can give you up to +4 days if you get +4 in it. It also affects your terror modifier. Fear is another big aspect of this game. When you meet monsters and stuff, they will roll and see how many fear points they will give you, and it can end up with you going mad, permanently mad. It also makes you less useful, like you like get minuses on all your skills and stuff like that. And there's different levels of fear. So this one will give you less fear factor points when you're affected by fear. That can be very useful for that. Also gives you a discount in Pathwalker, Terrain Experience, and Weathered, which are also under the Wilderness skill tree. Then we have Strength. That's the last one. Strength is just kind of straightforward. This is the only thing that gives you a damage modifier in melee. Only in melee. And when throwing stuff, I reckon, as well. But doesn't give you any modifiers in ranged combat otherwise. But it can give you a +4. And this is very, very useful, since damage in this game is quite standard or simple. All weapons in this game, pretty much, does a 1d10 damage. Even if it can be a light weapon, a heavy weapon, 200 weapon, bow, crossbow, anything. All of them do a 1d10 damage. But the difference is the critical damage. And we call this open roll in this game. In a one-handed light weapon, the open roll is a 10 on a d10. So if you hit a 10 on a d10, you get to roll again. And you can continue like that as long as you get 10s. So for example, if you get a dagger and stick it in the right spot on a human, for example, you can do massive damage, right? That's kind of what they're trying to show with this. And then the light-handed heavy weapons do a d10 open roll 9 to 10, so a little bit easier there. Two-handed weapons have 8 to 10, I believe. And so on. Like a crossbow has a bigger open roll than a hunting bow, for example. So that's how they do with the damage in this. And then you also add the strength damage modifier then to the base damage there. This also gives you body points together with the constitution. So if you have a high constitution and a high strength, you can get up to +8 body points, which is very useful. So those are the traits. So let's put down our traits together a little bit if you haven't done already. Let's see if I can.
Quick question.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So the 300 points we start off with that you said, which is for like I'm a dweller, right? I can only put all 300 in this area.
They get 50 extra.
Or do we also?
You get 50 for your arcade.
So the 300 points that you get from being a beginner, you can put anywhere.
Right.
The archetype bonus, which is the 50 points you get from being a dweller, you can only put into, I think it's
care and knowledge.
Care and
knowledge.
Intelligent. Knowledge. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, they can only go into, those 50 points can only go into skills, right. Not traits.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, you gotta put more than 50 points in your base core skills anyway. So don't care too much about that. But with the traits, try to have an average of +6. So for example, if you put +4 in dexterity and +2 in perception, that's +6, right? If you want to have a +2 or +1 in something else, maybe you should get a minus in something as well. And this is more for roleplay than being min-maxing your character, right? So maybe he's not as charismatic as others. Maybe he's kind of... it's not about maybe so much about looks, but maybe it's not very nice to be around, this kind of thing, right?
Right, and you took a minus in charisma, so that gives you a bonus points as well.
Right, exactly. You can try it out on the sheet here. If you put a minus in something, you see that you get 15 trait refund CP, 15 up there. So that's you get some extra points. So have you guys figured out how you want to put your points, or do you need some help from me?
No, I've got mine.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Nirnie, Siggi, Flynn, Alpakka.
Good.
I'm good.
Cool. So yeah, like I said, try to keep it at +6, and +6 will cost you, I think, 90 points or something like that. Let's see. Yeah, 90 points, right? Okay, so if we're done with the traits, let's move on to the really heavy part of this character creation. Oh, and by the way, don't forget to choose your weapon hand, right, left, on this page as well. And actually, if you're done with your skills, traits, we can actually roll for Rod right now if you want to.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't really know how to do this because I can't really see you guys roll. So I guess I just need to... Do we have some... I can put like a browser up here if you have like a rolling simulator or something. But I don't think I can see it when you're doing it. So I just have to trust you, I guess.
Discord does have a bot function.
The roll bot.
I think
we are using a dice randomizer. I don't know how we can put it in here, but
yeah, I'm just gonna trust you guys. We might have a function in Discord actually with rolling.
Yeah, there is a roll bot because my Call of Cthulhu group uses it.
I think maybe the Me6 have a roll function. Alpakka, can you check if Me6, the bot that we have here, has the roll function? I think it might. Anyway, okay, so roll it and write what you get in your chat and add or remove your charisma to it, okay? So Elendil, you got a 3. Is that with or without your charisma?
No, that's just the basic roll. My actual total is 4.
Okay, good. All right, perfect. Nirnie.
that didn't work.
Yeah.
I tried to see if it got
Yeah. Might not be. We have some other bots in the other channels as well. I haven't added it to this one. They didn't add themselves. They didn't add themselves automatically, so I don't know.
Let me see if I got my dice available. Be right back.
I got my dice here as well, in my little pouch. Beautiful.
Well,
Actually,
I lucked out and got a 7.
Nice, awesome.
I will take a screenshot of this just to prove that.
Yeah, do it. I actually have some pretty cool dice, like metal dice. Very nice. Really heavy. It really feels really good rolling these. Oh, you really even put a screenshot there, huh?
Oh, sweet.
Actually, I can even show Discord. I haven't done that in the game yet. Okay, so yeah, if you roll online, you can take a screenshot and put in Discord, and I will show it on the Twitch here.
Gentlemen, I need to go, so enjoy the rest of your evening and/or day.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty much done with my character, so I'll email it to you, Patrick, and everyone. Just send me a message on what our frequency is going to be, and
yeah, we have to discuss that. If we want to start playing the game properly, we need to find a time that works. This works for me. I don't know about you American guys though. So
yeah, I can dedicate maybe 2 hours.
Yeah,
we ran like an extra hour today, but I can probably do 2 hours on Sunday morning.
Right. So yeah, let's look about that because we all have families and stuff as well. I'm reckoning so. We don't need to do every day, every week. I mean, but I prefer doing it every week if we can. But we can talk about that after the stream, I guess. So yeah, it's nice to have you here, Brian, and just to send me a message about it later.
I will. See you guys later.
See you, man.
I gotta go also.
All right. No problem.
I also have got to go. I will be Kadog on getting my character together, and we'll be able to work something out and find out what's going on, whether it's once a week or once every other week.
Awesome. Sounds good. Nice to have you, man.
Thank you very much, Dylan.
Feel free to hang out here in the Discord channel and talk and stuff in the future anytime. So, yeah, see you.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Don't you dare.
I'm disabled, so I have nothing but time. Just let me know.
Oh, perfect. Not perfect, but yeah, time-wise.
I'll still be here. So.
Perfect. Let's continue a little bit because this is also a tutorial for our poor people that couldn't join us, right? So that's kind of why I'm going through it so much.
That's 4 rounds anyway. I think I used .org.
All right. So anyway, I'm gonna trust you guys with the rod. It doesn't really matter. You also got your body points and stuff here already calculated for you.
Yeah.
So that's pretty nice.
Hello. By the way, the rolls is also a possibility to go on a private room and roll there, so everyone can see.
Okay. We have to talk about that kind of stuff because I haven't paid for Roll20 or Fantasy Ground or anything like that. I never used it before actually. So if you want to play online, we need to figure that out as well. I need to get one of those.
This is free.
Yeah, but we need to get like it would be nice to have a battle map and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
My opinion is always you don't need to. I mean, unless there's some functions, spell areas or anything. I don't need that because unless you have, in my opinion, unless you have cheating players, you don't need to worry about where your folks are because what they've told you in chat is where they'll be. They're not going to be teleporting around.
Right. And like in the Swedish tradition, in the Swedish role-playing tradition, we do it in the mind theater kind of way. I never used a battle map or anything like that or miniatures when I played before, but I kind of found it interesting. I actually bought a battle map, a physical one, and I got like a.
You do maps on battle maps.
Yeah,
So you can draw up a little village or something just to know where we are and such.
Right.
Because it's a very deadly system. So if we know that there are enemies coming, and we know that, well, we can get some small role-playing bonuses and such from doing tactical choices in the environment.
Right.
That would be great.
Wow, your points don't go very far at all for beginner.
You said what, Siggi? I didn't hear the first part.
Your points at the 300 points don't go very far.
Yeah. Exactly for the traits. So anyway, we can figure out that with a fantasy ground or Roll20 or whatever. I actually went a little bit crazy and I bought a lot of these kind of miniatures and stuff, if you can see.
I need to check this out.
I bought a lot of these, both finished, already painted ones, and I bought like this kind of Warhammer ones that I have to paint myself and stuff. I've never done that before, but I have some friends that like it, so I'm gonna get some friends together here and do it at some point. But that's not really for us online here anyway. We can't really use them. But I'm gonna
just suck at combat, so
I think we can figure it out. I think it could be interesting to see the map if you use like a fancy ground or something to see the map of the battleground for most of the time. But yeah, we can figure it out. Okay, so skills is the heavy part of this game, right? Both on this your Siggi's character sheet here and also the original sheet, we have all the skills already out on the page here. So what I usually start with is fighting, because this is something that everybody needs to be able to do. And let's just go through quickly how it works with skills in this game. So like I had mentioned a little bit before, we have a base skill, the base skills here, and we get a free level in the base skills. The level and the skill value, SV stands for skill value, in the base skill are always the same. That's why we don't have any choice to write anything in the level here. So one level is one skill value in this. To be able to unlock the disciplines, like in fighting we have armed fighting, battle experienced, unarmed fighting, these are disciplines. In able to unlock those, we need to have at least a skill value of 4 in the base skill for level 1 in the disciplines. If you unlock a discipline by putting 1 level in that, you can also put levels into the specialities, and this is like you get special knowledge about stuff, right? You really focus down a little bit. For example, armed fighting, 1 level in armed fighting will give you 1 extra skill value to use for fighting. The disciplines most of the time will give you 2 skill value per 1 level. So if you have level 1 in bows and slings, you get plus 2 skill value to use. So let's say we put a level 4 in the base skill of fighting. It gives you a 4 skill value, and then 1 in armed fighting. That gives you another 1, totally 5. And then maybe you want to fight with light-handed weapons and you're right-handed. You see there's 1 skill for right-handed R and 1 skill for left-handed. If your weapon hand is right-handed, then put in the right-handed box. And maybe you get the level 2 in that. Well, actually you can't put level 2 because you need to have a higher base value to get level 2. If you have a skill value of 4 in the base skill, you can get level 1 in these. You need level skill value 7 to be able to get level 2. Okay, so if you have 7 in the base skill, you have 1 in armed fighting and 2 in light-handed weapons, right hand, you need to roll a d20 under 12 to hit. You can add more to this with battle experience, fighter, and other things as well. So, so how do you guys want to do? Did we have any fighters?
Yes.
We had a couple.
So Elendilgbb, you were a fighter, or who was a fighter, or did he leave?
Yes, I was a fighter. I'm a warrior, and I've taken fighter.
Yeah, warrior. So, for example, for you, I would suggest going fully 10 points in the base skill. 10 is the maximum you can get, and if at 10 level you can get up to level 5 in the disciplines and specialities, which is the highest level you can get in these. Usually we only put one level in the discipline because each level costs 7 points for the first one. Second level cost 14 points. Third level cost 21 points, and so on. And you need to go each level by itself. So this can be quite expensive. For example, if you look at this one, level 10 in the base, and then 1 in arm fighting and 2 in light weapons, that's already 82 points of your 300 points. So yeah, that's quite much.
We are beginners, so...
Yeah, we can't put so many points in this, huh? So I'm just gonna show the book quickly here to show you how we calculate and how much the points cost. This is a little bit complicated in the beginning when you don't really know what you're doing. Let's see here. We need to go down to the skills. Let's see on page. Yeah, on page 39 in the PDF. So like I said, the base skill can be level 1 to 10. You get level 1 for free. Each level in the base skill costs the same as the level you're going to. So if you go from level 1 to level 2, it will cost you 2 points. If you go from level 2 to level 3, it will cost you 3 points. And if you want to go from 1 to 10, that will cost a total of 54 points. You need to go each level by itself. So you need to go from level 1 to 2 first, that's 2 points. And then you need to go from level 2 to 3, that's 3 extra points, 5 points totally, and so on, right? So you can't just jump from 1 to 10 and just pay 10 points. You actually need to pay for each level. A maximum of 10, seems like I said. And then underneath the general skill, we have the disciplines, which are a little bit more focused on something. And that's a maximum of 5 levels in. And you need to have at least 1 level in discipline to be able to put any levels in a speciality underneath the discipline. The discipline level usually give you 1 skill point per level, and each level will cost, the first level costs 7, it's not for free. The second level costs 14, the third level costs 21, 28, and so on up until level 5. And you also need to go each level here by itself. So if you want to go from level 0 to level 2, you need to pay first 7 to level 1, and then you need to pay another 14. So that's total of 21 points to get level 2. This is of course plus minus if you have some trait like intelligence. If you have plus 4 in intelligence, you get minus 4 for each level, cost for each level in knowledge skills, for example. So if you want to learn a foreign language, like you want to learn Vrok in Stormlands, and you're a dwarf, you only speak Futhark, you want to get level 2 in Vrok, then you have level 4 in the trait intelligence. That means that the first level must cost 7, it will cost 3. And the second level will not cost 14, it will cost 10. So total of 13 points for 2 levels now. So that's a little bit, there's a little bit math in this, but when you get the basics down, I think it's kind of, it makes sense, I think. Speciality then, it's the same as the discipline. It costs 7 for the first, 14 for the second, and so on. But each level in a speciality generally gives you 2 skill value per level. So it's worth more in skill value wise than the disciplines. The thing is that the general skill, those skill value points you can use for all of the skills in that general skill. So if you have level 4 skill points in agility, for example, you can use that for jumping and everything inside of agility. But if you want to focus and get better at jumping, you need to take the discipline, I think it's called movement or something. what is it called? Agility? Body control, right. So the discipline is called body control. Maybe you put 1 level in that. That gives you 1 more skill point in that, in doing something with your body. So it's the 4 that you have in agility to begin with, plus 1 in the discipline for using your body. And then maybe you put 1 level in jumping, climbing, and balancing, which is 1 skill, speciality, and that will give you 2 extra, right? So you have a 7 in jumping, but you haven't put anything in swimming, so maybe you only have a 5 in swimming. That's on the body control as well. If you want to drive a wagon, which is horsemanship under agility, then you only have your base skill because you haven't put any points in the discipline or speciality. I don't know if anybody maybe has some other way to explain this that makes sense. I find that I tend to go on a tangent about this a little bit, and it can get a bit heavy information-wise. But it makes sense when you do it in the sheet, in the character sheet, and in Siggy's great character sheet. This is all automatic as well. So, does anybody have anything they want to add to it?
Siggy.
Yeah.
The character sheet, is it already counting your from the traits when you're putting down?
Yeah, it already calculates the reduction in cost. So if you're
because in that case, it's not a problem.
Yeah. So if you use the automatic sheet that Siggy made, you don't need to worry about anything. It does it automatically for you. The only thing you need to remember is that you need to have a level 4 in the general base skill before you can buy any disciplines or specialities.
Yeah. Which the sheet will tell you, because as soon as you hit level the rank 4 in the base skill, the disciplines turn green.
Right. So for example, I put a 4 in care. The disciplines will turn green, and I can put a level 1 there. If I put a level 2 there, which is not allowed, it turns red. That means you can't do that. To get a level 2 in a discipline or a speciality, you need to have at least level 7. And then it will turn green again. And then if I want to have a level 4 or 5, which is the maximum, you need to have a skill value of 10 in the base. And that's the maximum you can get. So that's how it works, basically. So yeah, this sheet is helping a lot. This makes everything so much easier. It's the standard paper sheet is really beautiful, but it doesn't calculate anything for you. So this is quite useful, I would say. You get some skills for free, which are already added here by Siggy. Like for example, you get culture knowledge in whatever culture you're from, level 1 for free. You get knowledge language, level 1 in the discipline, and you get level 3 in your mother tongue for free. And then you also get wilderness geography level 1 and land knowledge, whatever land you're from, level 1 as well for free. This is from the books, from the base books. So everybody gets this. We could spend another 3 hours to talk about all of these skills and what they do. Easiest way is just to check in the book. It's quite heavy. If anybody needs some help, you can ask me and I can explain what stuff does. If you have some specific thing in mind that you want your character to do, for example, you want your character to wear heavy armor, I can tell you how to fix that. If you want to have more combat points to spend when you fight, I can help you to get more combat points. If you have something specific role-playing wise you want to do with your character, I can tell you what skills you need for that. So anybody have anything?
Yes, I do. I was wanting to be able to do some smithing work.
Right.
And I'm not sure. The best I see is probably tradesman with a discipline of trading.
If you look in the top there, you have handicraft.
Okay, yeah, count hard metals.
Exactly. So handicraft hard materials are using, stone and the metal and stuff to create stuff. That's smithing.
Okay.
I just realized you guys can hear my cat.
Yeah, that's a nice cat you have.
I can hear the cat.
I could hear the cat. Definitely hear the cat. So let's see here on care. Oh, yeah. So yeah, handicraft. It the person has learned to forge impressive objects. Blah 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 blah. Hard materials. The characters have learned to make and repair items of hard materials such as stone, metal, wood, and bone. In case of repairs, a successful skill roll restores 2 in the breach value per level of speciality and requires 1 hour of work. So a weapon, for example, let's say a sword, it has 2 stats that are interesting for repairing, and that's the protection value and the break value. So protection value, short for PV, is short for protection value. This is how much damage it can take before it gets damaged, if that makes sense. So for example, it might have a protection value of 5. That means if you pair with this weapon and the person that hits you does more than 5 points of damage, this weapon will take some damage. If it takes 5 or less points of damage, you won't hurt your weapon at all. And the damage will go on the break value, or breach value, break value, the BV, the short for break value. And if you have a level 5 protection value, you automatically have 50 break value. It's always times 10. So if you get some damage because they hit you for more than 5 points of damage and you're parry, you lose 1 breach break value. So you have 49 instead of 50. And if somebody does that 10 times and you get to 40, your protection value will go down to 4. These are connected with each other. So it's quite important to keep your weapons and also armor and shields and everything up to snuff, pretty much, with repairing. And it's the same thing for the soft materials, and that's more like clothing, fur, leather, and this kind of thing. So yeah, that's definitely the one you need for smithing. It's the hard materials there.
Okay, I've got that, and I went ahead and got soft material.
Yeah, so you can repair leather armors and this kind of thing, and clothing.
Mm-hmm.
Any other questions? Or anything you want to make people aware of you think could help a new person playing this game?
To do Vintner weaving and to do
Faith, yeah.
Dimwalker stuff, you have to have certain skills. Like for Faith, you need at least like 4 ranks in it. You need Divine Power 1 rank, Invoke 1 rank, then your religion specialty, like if you're Stormlander, it would be Storm Celt 1 rank, and at least 1 Holy Tablet at 1 rank.
Exactly.
To even cast spells for Dimwalker.
Right, it's quite similar to Dimwalker. In the Dimwalker, you need to have at least level 4 in the Vitner craft to even see Vitner in the world. And then you have to have 1 level of call Vitner, and then you need to choose what kind of Vitner do you call. Is it dark Vitner, white Vitner, or grey Vitner? You need to have at least 1 level in that. You need to have at least 1 level in Vitner shaping, and 1 level is in either Galding, Sading, or Virding, or Vitner runes if you're a dwarf. Guiding is moving and like using movements to do your magic. Sading is...
Galding was the singing.
Oh, yeah, sorry, it's the other way around. Galding is like singing or talking or using your voice to do magic. Sading is to move your hands. Virding is to use your mind. But the problem with Virding is that it takes double as long time to do magic. So you can choose any number of these. You can learn all 3 of them, or 1 of them, or 2 of them, whatever you want. But if you want to do magic with shaping it with your gestures, you can only use the Sading then. So yeah, it's much more complicated to do Faith or Vitner, of course, than the other ones. But you just need to sit down and read the book a little bit, and they will tell you everything there and explain everything to you pretty well. See here. Yeah, Sading, Galding, singing the spell, right? Sading, yeah, you're right. And also, we have two things that we need to know about in Vitner of Faith. One is the Call of Vitner, or in the Faith, Divine Power, which give you points to spend on your spells, like your mana. So let's just put in some points here. Let's say we take 10 in Vitnercraft base skill. If we take 10 in Vitnercraft base skill, we get 10 mana points, or Vitner points, and we also get 10 in skill value to, we need to hit underneath to do the spell. And then we put Call of Vitner, maybe level 1. Each level in Call of Vitner, I think, will give you 1 point. It depends on what kind of magic you choose. Maybe you choose the Grey Vitner, right? And maybe you have level 2 in there. You can also take a look on the Spells and Divine Feast tab down here. Now you see we have 45 Vitner points and a skill value of 10. So yeah, each level in these, depending on what kind of Vitner you're using, will give you a certain amount of Vitner points. I don't remember exactly. Let's see here. Call of Vitner. So each level in Call of Vitner will give you 5 points, Vitner points to use. But yeah, and depending on what speciality you took, like for example, took Vagritalia, that's the Grey Vitner. Each level of Vagritalia will give you 15 Vitner points. So that's 2 levels at 30, 35, 45, right? So 30 from here, each level is 15. And then from this one we get 5, that's 30, and then we have 10 from here, that's 45. And that's correct here, huh? Correct up there. So that's just the base, and then we don't need to do Vitner Focus. Vitner Focus is just extra. It kind of makes it safer to weave, like it's more difficult to do a horrible fumble. For example, like we talked about, right, when you hit a 20 on a d20 when you do magic, you fumble. You need to hit on this fatal magic table. If you get a very high number there, it's worth the higher it gets, right? So if you have safe weaving, it will remove from this whatever you hit on the dice. So it's just, if you think that you're gonna fail a lot, then maybe you can take this one. And also the other ones, it makes it cheaper to add extra effects to your spells and stuff like that. So it can be a good balance to the amount of Vitner points you have. The one we really need to take though is Vitner Shaping, at least level 1. This will add to the skill value of using Vitner. So if I add 1 here, I will get 2. We get 2 points per level there. Is that so? Vitner Shaping. Each level will give you 1 extra.
Yep, that's a bug.
Yeah, that's a bug, right?
Yeah, the Golding, it's supposed to give you +2 to your SV per level.
Mm-hmm.
It's only currently giving you +1. I gotta update that.
Yeah, that's a bug right there. So we're still, well, Siggi is still taking care of this, but each level of Vitner Shaping will give you 1 extra skill value, and this is what you need to hit under with a d20 to actually even manage to do the magic you want to do. And this is influenced by how powerful the magic is, what level the magic is that you want to do. For each level of the magic you want to do, you remove the same amount of skill value. So if it's a level 4 magic, it will be -4 on the skill value. And then you need to choose, do you want to sing the magic or talk, or do you want to do some gestures, or do you want to use your mind? You can choose more than one. Maybe you want to sing the magic, and if somebody put a gag on your face, then you want to be able to think the magic as well. And these are separate skill values, so you can't use the singing if you decide to think the magic, for example. These are separate. So, and each level here will give you 2 in the skill value. So level 2 here gives you +4. So that means 10 plus 1 plus 4, right? So that's 15 totally. And if you have level 1, 2 here as well, right? So that's also 15. You can see here, +2, +2, 12. Well, yeah, it's not correct now, but that's the bug. And the last thing you need to do is to buy Vitner tablets, and these cost as much as each level in speciality. So 7 for the first level, 14 for the second, 21 for the third, and so on. And there's a lot of different kinds of Vitner you need to read in the book, like animal Vitner, that's like talking with animals and make them do what you want them to do and stuff like that. Flame Vitner is kind of straightforward, and so on. There's a lot. You have to look in the book. We can just take a look quickly here so you can get a feel for it. It's a little bit later in the book. Yeah, Weavers of Vitner here. It's page 78 of the PDF. So here's a tablet here. Here's the Fatal Magic one again. So you see the higher the level, like +60 here, the enchanter becomes seduced by the energy and cannot stop gathering Vitner. They quickly amass so much that they are engulfed by it and transformed into an orb of crackling black energy. After 1d6 action rounds, the orb explodes and everything within the radius of 100 meters takes 1d10 and an open roll 5 to 10. So that's going to be a lot of damage. Because if you get 5 to 10, you get to roll it again, right? To the body points, everyone within 300 meters takes half the damage, and then the character is just gone. So it can be dangerous to be a magician, a Vitner Weaver in this game. But the one we want to see is this. Here's the tablet of Vitner, the different tablets. Here's the animal Vitner, and like I said, each level gives you specific spells, and you of course you get the spells in the previous level if you go up to level 2, 3, and up to 5 then, right? And like I said, this costs the same as the specialities, and you also get the discount from the intelligence trait on buying these. So if you want to buy level 5, you need to buy level 1 for 7, 14, 21, and so on, right? So just remember that. So you can't buy all of them straight away. But you can maybe buy, I don't know, 2 or 3 levels totally. I would say maybe could be a good start. Maybe 1 with level 2 and 1 with level 1, or maybe 2 level 1s or 1 level 2. Did anybody play a magic user here?
Yep, I got 3 level 2 tablets.
Yeah, so about there, maybe +6, something like that, totally, right? +6 levels. Or else you're not going to have any points left for other skills, so you need to find a good balance.
Because at the beginner, you're pretty spent. Like I had to do some shifting around of points just to pick what I wanted.
Yeah, and that's totally fine.
Have, like workable skill values.
Right. So that's totally fine. But I always tell my players, remember to not just put skill points in whatever can help you in a fight. Because a lot of this game is role-playing, and that's what makes this game fun, and to engage in this deep and interesting environment that it's set in as well. So think about your backstory, like where do you come from, and what would make sense for your character to know about.
Yeah, I have almost as much points and knowledge as I do in Vintner Craft.
That's awesome. That can make your character much more fun to play. And more well-rounded, like if you're from the wilderness, you should have a lot of skills in the wilderness, even though you might be a Vitner Weaver, for example. So, yeah, find a balance there. Make it so it's fun to play, and it's gonna be great. So yeah, that's the Vitner, and the Faith work pretty much the same. We need to put at least 4 levels in the Faith base skill. We need to get Divine Power. This also gives you some additions to the Divine Invocation. And yeah, you need to get God Focus. You don't need God Focus. It's the same as Vitner Focus. It gives you some bonuses to using it. The one you need is Invoke as well. And this is going to be whatever religion you have. And that's the same as Scalding and Building and Sading, these kind of skills. That's the skill value you need to hit under, and that's also +2 per level there. And then just like Vitner tablets, you need to buy holy tablets. And these are based on whatever your religion is. So for example, Stormlands have some specific tablets they can choose. If you were like a Tenets of Nid, which is the Gave Westland religion, you would have other tablets. So yeah, there's quite a lot of ways to find a specific kind of character you want to play in this game, I think. And yeah, if anybody has any other questions about the skills, we can go through those. But fighting is the one I usually start with, because all characters need to be able to fight a little bit. And you need to ask yourself, does my character have experience with battle? Yes, maybe. Then you can get the fighter down here as well. That also gives you more skill value in fighting. Is it an entertainer? Is it a person very agile? If you want to use armor, I can go through that as well. Armor in this game uses something called heft. I can't show you in the Game Master book. That's here in the equipment. Let's see here. Equipment is in the end of the book. Anybody know which side? Oh, here. I found it. So when it comes to equipment, the armor has something called heft. And that's how heavy the armor is to use. And this will influence your skills and everything you do with the armor on. Let's see here. So here's the heft. So a thick fabric armor, for example, is only a heft of 1. So if you don't know how to wear armor, if you don't have the skill armor bearer in fighting tree, it will be quite difficult. Let's see if I can show you.
Basically, a person that doesn't have any armor or got any training in using armor can basically wear
Right.
thick clothing or a gambeson without
Getting any
penalties.
minuses on your
But
skill
as
rolls.
fast as you want to carry more than a gambeson, you get penalties for it.
Mm. So what you need to do, you need to go into fighting and then battle experience and then armor bearer. Each level in armor bearer will give you be able to use level 2 of heft, 2 levels of heft. So if you have level 2 in armor bearer, you can use up to 4 heft value armor. You can also change this a little bit with agility. If you get agility and then battle maneuver, and then you have the ironclad here. This is also about being used to moving in armor. For each level of ironclad, you remove 1 level of heft from the armor. So this is how you can balance it with armor bearer and ironclad. So for example, if the armor, like for example, hardened leather is heft 3. So you could get 1 level in armor bearer for 2 heft and then -1 heft for ironclad. And that will mean that you can wear a hardened leather armor without any negative except what's already on the armor. If you didn't have armor bearer and you wanted to wear, for example, fur or leather armor which have heft 2, if you didn't have armor bearer, you didn't have ironclad, heft 2 would mean that you get -2 on all your skills when you wear that armor. So yeah, that's quite important to know. So if you want to be a heavy armored fighter, for example, the plate mail have heft 10. So you need to have armor bearer level 5, right? Or maybe ironclad level 5 and then armor bearer level 3. Depending on what, yeah, you can find a balance there to be able to wear it without any negative skill values. But the thing you need to remember as well then is that even though you don't get any additional minuses on your skills, you still get whatever the minuses are on the armor itself. For example, hardened leather, movement, you get -1 meter in the movement modification. So if your movement is 10, you get 9 instead. I am is initiative modifier. So you get -1 in your initiative when you fight, and so on. You need to think about this as well when you wear armor. Of course, you don't get these minuses if you're not wearing the armor. Maybe you're sleeping and you get ambushed or something. You don't have the armor on. You don't get these minuses. That's something you need to think about when you fight with your character as well. What kind of equipment are you wearing and using at the time? You can read more about the initiative modifier and stuff like that, and how that works in the books as well, quite easily. And I guess if we do a live stream of the actual game, I will have to explain the combat more detailed at that point. I don't think we should go into that now. I like the illustrations of the weapons here as well. They look really nice. We have some different.
They do look nice. A bit of the Skyrim paddle syndrome on some of them, but yeah.
Yeah, that's how it is, huh? But there's some different.
Or use cricket rackets as swords.
Yeah. There's some different types of weapons. We have the light, one-handed light weapons, and these are kind of specific for the different cultures as well. Some of these are more used by specific cultures. Like the Krum sword, for example, is more used by the Wildfolk. The Seax has some different versions for different cultures. The Hiring Seax is primarily used in Midland, and is based on an Elvish weapon. We have heavy one-handed weapons as well. These kind of maces and stuff are used by the Virans in the Westlands, like the Holy Warriors and stuff. You often use these kind of maces and hammers. Of course, also by the dwarves, the hammers and the pickaxes and stuff. And these here
makes sense. That different weapons are used for different cultures, depending on what kind of armor they are used to fight against.
Yeah, definitely.
An armored knight wouldn't use a sword to fight other armored knights, because swords ain't very effective against it. So.
Right. And for this game, like I said, the damage of these weapons are quite similar to each other, right? It's just 1d10, and then depending on how heavy the weapon is, it's easier open roll. Like on the light weapons, is open roll 10, and then heavy one-handed weapons open roll 9 to 10, and these here two-handed weapons are open roll 8 to 10. So it's easier to get a critical hit. But what I like to do in my game is that different weapons are effective against different types of stuff. So like an axe, for example, is more effective against wood and against shields, for example. Maybe get a +2 damage when you hit a shield. Maybe, and maybe, like you said, the maces and stuff, or maybe better blunt damage, like against armors. So I'm gonna add it to my game. That's like kind of like a homebrew rule. And also,
a question about that.
Yeah.
The passive protection house rule from the old game for shields, or.
Yeah, I'm thinking of using that one too. That's, like you said, that's from the old Swedish versions of the game. In the Swedish version of this game, you actually, when you hit somebody, you also had to roll which body part you hit on. So that was kind of cumbersome in combat situations. But it made it very interesting. You could also aim and stuff like that. And in that version of the game, the shield, if you had it up, it gave you passive protections over a certain amount of body parts, depending on how big the shield is, of course, like against.
That you didn't even need to hold it up. If you do have the shield on you, it covers a part of your body, so it's always a percentual chance that the blow hits the shield instead of you.
So what I'm gonna...
Yeah, I had found a translation of that rule and I did include a field for it in the equipment section. There's a shields have a PP, which is passive protection.
Cool. How much is it then? How does it work? Like 5% or something?
Remember?
Or 20%?
Depends on the size of the shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, like large shields look like they have 6 passive protection. I did a write-up on it from the translation I had found, which is linked
I should
in the
know
welcome
because
page.
I translated it, so I should know it without looking up, but I don't.
That's okay.
Yeah.
But maybe, like maybe the large shield will, if you get like, so how would it work? Like you get minus on the one attacking gets minus on their attack roll or something?
No, you just roll if the blow hits the shield instead, without you need to.
Okay, so it's an extra roll.
Yeah, basically, if you're carrying a shield, but you have used up all your, so you can't defend yourself against the next coming blow. Also dies, and it's a percentual chance that he hits the shield instead.
Yeah, we can do some. I'm planning to do something like that. So if you find that, just send it in the Discord channel or something, or to my email.
And it's always up to you as a game master to, change the stats of the shields and such if you think that it's too OP or.
Yeah, of course. But yeah, just get a basic idea about how it will work, and then I can change it.
I can find it, I think. Put it down on the Facebook or Discord.
Yeah, do that. So anyway, there's some different kinds of weapons, and there's also magical weapons, and there's 2 types of magical weapons in this game, pretty much. The less powerful version of the magical weapon is based on Vitner. Somebody added Vitner to it, usually a dwarf, right? A dwarf Vitner. That's a little bit less powerful, but the most powerful magical weapons are the faith-based magical weapons that are made for a specific faith. And the only ones that can use these are the people that actually put points into faith. And either Dimwalkers then, right? Or people that put points into the faith skill. And it's only for their specific faith. So a Gerbanis priest could use Gerbanic weapons. But in general, in this game, the magical items and weapons are very rare and very powerful and like valuable. So there is different quality though. If you look here, a normal quality is what most people get. No bonus at all, a normal price. But it's quite common with the capital quality, masterful quality, legendary quality. Yeah, maybe not legendary, but these give some bonuses to modifier. The modifier means that when you use this weapon to attack, you get 1 more point to your skill value, for example. PV is the protection value that we talked about before, and then MM is the movement modifier, IM is the initiative modifier. So it changes all of these things depending on the quality as well. There's a lot of stuff like that in the book here. Here's about the magic items and the divine relics, and also for my players now. As a game master, I will choose your starting equipment for you. You can choose it yourself in some regards, but in this game, I'm gonna choose it depending on your backstory. So if you want some specific items, make sure you put it into your backstory. And when you give me your character sheet, I'm going to tell you what items you have.
Okay, I think I've sent you my character sheet to your email, but I'm not sure.
All right.
I do not normally...
I'm going to check that after this is done. Is there do you have any questions about equipment or anything? Something you've been thinking about or wondering about?
No, not really. Don't know. I haven't started the game. The only thing I would probably do is, at least until our next session, I will probably work a little more on the background.
Mm-hmm.
I've given you a very basic, 2-sentence overview, but I haven't thought through too much.
That's fair enough. That's the homework, I guess, for next time. Finish up a little bit about background, and feel free to contact me, and we can sit down and just talk like this, or on chat or something. I'm happy to help you out and give you some information about the cultures, and if I don't know about it, I can find out about it in the books and stuff here. So and I have a lot of books in Swedish as well, like I said, so I can translate and stuff for you, get you some more stuff for it. So yeah, let's figure that out. I think if we don't have any more questions, then maybe we are pretty much done for today.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay.
we managed
Then
4
I
hours.
see if I can put it up here. I don't know. Goddammit.
Maybe you can also put in Twitch chat if you want.
I just tried that, and so I put it up here, and maybe someone else can.
Yeah, maybe our moderator Alpakka can do that.
Here's the house rule anyway, so.
Okay. Alpakka put it already. Perfect. Hopefully people can see that. And like we talked about, like we said before, if you want to join us and need some help with creating characters and want to know more about the game, down below here we have the Discord link. So please join there. And there's like 2 groups on Facebook that are quite big with almost 1,000 people in each group. You can join those as well. I'm not a leader or anything of these groups. I'm not a admin or anything, but people are always talking and posting stuff there, so that's also fun. But easiest way is just to join us in Discord. Don't forget to write who you are and how you found us and what you want. The Discord, I use it for other stuff as well. This is for my Star Citizen organization, this computer game. So I used it for that, and we also play other games on the PC mostly, and now also for the role playing. So they all have their different sections here. So just tell us what you're there for, so we know. And one of the officers will get you the right roles and stuff, and you can talk with us and maybe even join us in the game if you want. We're gonna decide now after the stream about when to meet next, what works for everybody, who wants to actually join in the campaign. I don't know, maybe not everybody has time or wants to join. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. And yeah, remember to follow the stream here. I will try to stream the next time we play the first session of the actual campaign. I'm gonna try to stream it as well if my players agree. So yeah, just don't forget to follow, and see you all another time. Bye.
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 Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys later.
Yeah. Let's go back to this one. And bye.